A simple introduction to Odinani for the 21st century practitioner, written by Oma, narrated by Austin Okeke. Chapter 1: An Introduction to Odinani. Dear reader, let me begin by telling you a story of the 7 blind women and the elephant. Once upon a time, in a distant village, 7 blind women embarked on a journey to understand the great elephant everyone spoke about. Each of them was eager to touch the elephant and experience it firsthand, curious to know its nature. Upon arrival, they were led to the animal, and each woman reached out to feel a part of the creature. The first woman touched the elephant's side. "Ah," she exclaimed, "the elephant is like a solid, towering wall." The second woman grasped the elephant's trunk and declared, No, it is a great snake that moves and twists." The third woman reached the elephant's tusk and concluded, "It's clear to me the elephant is a sharp spear." The fourth woman touched the elephant's leg and laughed. "How strange. The elephant is nothing but a sturdy tree trunk." The fifth woman, who happened to grab the ear, insisted, "You're all mistaken. The elephant is like a large floppy fan." The sixth woman ran her hands along the tail and declared, "None of you know what you're talking about. The elephant is a thin rope." The seventh woman, holding the creature's belly, shouted, "You are all confused. The elephant is a soft, rounded pot." The 7 women began to argue, each of them convinced that her own experience held the truth. "A wall," said one. "A snake," shouted another. "A fan, a tree, a rope." They clamored in disagreement. Yet, the whole time, the elephant stood before them, unchanged and much larger than any single part they had touched. Odinani, a whole greater than its parts. Like the 7 blind women with the elephant, many who approach Odinani encounter only fragments of it. Some grasp at its spirituality, others as a set of cultural practices, and still others as philosophy, divination, or cosmology. These different experiences are not wrong, but they are incomplete, just as the elephant is more than its tusk, ear, or tail. Odinani is vast, encompassing many truths and perspectives, just as the elephant cannot be reduced to one feature. To fully understand it, we must recognize the connection between all of its many parts: rituals, observations of nature, ancestral venerations, and practical wisdom. Each is a part of the whole, but it is only by seeing the larger picture that one can begin to grasp its true essence. This book serves as a guide to help modern practitioners see beyond the individual parts, weaving together fragments into a cohesive understanding of Odinani for the 21st century. Like the elephant, Odinani is not static. It shifts, adapts, and invites deeper exploration with each encounter. So, come closer, touch the elephant anew, and let's explore together. You might discover that what you once thought was a rope could also be a tail, and so much more. A simple introduction to Odinani for the 21st century beginner. Odinani, also known as Odinala or Odinana, is the traditional, spiritual, and religious beliefs, as well as the knowledge systems of Igbo people. Odinani is the Igbo way of being. It encompasses a wide range of practices, rituals, and customs that connect Igbo with their ancestors, deities, and the natural world, earth, and the universe at large. At its core, Odinani emphasizes living in harmony with the earth, honoring one's ancestors, and maintaining spiritual balance through daily rituals and ethical conduct. It involves the veneration of various deities and ancestors, and the observance of taboos and the laws that impact purity and order in the community. The role of rituals and ceremonies in Odinani. In Odinani, rituals and ceremonies are inevitable because they are essential for connecting with the divine, honoring ancestors, and maintaining spiritual, social, and environmental harmony. Most rituals pertain to purification, veneration, and divination, as these key elements provide spiritual balance and healing, and they ensure agricultural and environmental harmony. These practices also uphold moral and ethical guidance, reinforcing cultural heritage and continuity. By performing rituals, participating in the myth, one is calibrated into alignment with supreme wisdom. Nze Chukwu Kadibia E. Nwafo, author of Leopards of the Magical Dawn, Science and the Cosmological Foundations of Igbo Culture. The World Ages in Igbo Cosmology. Igbo cosmology speaks of Uga, 4 world ages, and each of them reflect different phases of human consciousness and spiritual evolution. In subsequent chapters, we will expand on each of them. In the meantime, here's an overview. 1. Ugaka, or Ugokbu, or Ugambu. The age of consciousness, where beings existed as pure energies. Ugachi, the age of harmony and purity, where human matter began to form and there was no concept of death or sin. Ugaun, the age of enlightenment, marked by questioning, shorter lifespans, and manipulation of energies. Ugazi, the age of ignorance and wickedness, characterized by crime, pestilence, and lower consciousness. Understanding these ages can help 21st century practitioners align their spiritual practices with the cycles of consciousness and growth. Key concepts to understand in Odinani. We'll cover all these areas more expansively in subsequent chapters. In the meantime, consider these summaries as basic introductory notes. Mmuo and Igbo, communing with spirits and truth. Mmuo is the practice of ancestral meditation, a way to commune with spirits and access higher realms of consciousness. Igbo involves seeking and upholding truth and justice, represented by the symbol of Ofo. Together, these practices help maintain spiritual balance and integrity. Ekwe, accepting one's spiritual calling. Ekwe is the acceptance of one's spiritual calling, especially related to the divine spirit known as Agwu, the spirit of divination and healing. Identifying and accepting this calling through a simple form of ritual is important for personal harmony with one's spirit's guide. Ichu, ritual sacrifice. Ichu involves making ritual sacrifices to deities and ancestral spirits. These offerings are a way to show gratitude, seek guidance, and maintain a strong spiritual connection. Izuano, or Mbosiano, the 4 market days. The Igbo calendar is based on a 4-day week system, with each day, Eke, Orie, Afo, Nkwo, having specific spiritual and communal significance. They are each associated with different deities and rituals. Nso, or Iwala, purity and spiritual hygiene. Nso refers to taboos, while Iwala are the laws of the land. Both concepts emphasize purity, spiritual hygiene, and adherence to subjective traditional customs to maintain harmony with one's energies and avoid spiritual contamination or misalignment. Ezumezu Mmuo, Spirit Guides. Ezumezu Mmuo refers to the spirit guides that assist a person on their spiritual journey. Recognizing and communicating with these guides can provide ease, wisdom, protection, and support in one's alignment's journey. Chi, the personal force or spirit. Chi is the personal force or divine spark within each person. It encompasses various layers, including Agwu, which influences one's destiny and spiritual calling, and the market day a person was born. Understanding this image of self and aligning with one's chi is crucial to Odinani for spiritual growth. Encouragement for the modern practitioner. At this point, before we go further, I must remind you that you are not alone. Embarking on this journey may seem daunting, but remember that you are surrounded by divine love. The spirit of your ancestors and your chi are always with you, alongside other practitioners who are actively offering guidance and support online. So, do not be afraid. The idea of interrogating the unknown can be intimidating, but Odinani is not the unknown. In fact, it is basically daily life as it is on earth. Odinani or Ordinala means as it is on earth. It contains teachings that provide a framework to navigate life with wisdom and courage. Walk your spiritual path with an open heart and mind. While Odinani is rooted in ancient principles, it is adaptable to the modern world. Feel free to integrate traditional practices with contemporary understanding to create a balanced and relevant spiritual path for yourself. And be patient. Spiritual growth is a journey, not a destination. Be patient with yourself as you learn and evolve. Trust the process and allow your understanding to deepen over time. This is a quote from Comrade Emeka Ajoko, 2011, of Umuduru Emeruo Umunumo Amanduba of Isu local government in Imo State, in which he has accurately articulated Odinana as the ancient religion of the Igbo people that connects Madu, human beings, to Chukwu, God, through Chi, personal spiritual guardian or providence. It is an ancient sacred science that enables people to live in peace, love, and harmony with Chukwu, God. Chi, personal providence, and Arusi, the supernatural forces, on their way back to the eternal. Like all religions, Odinana is the vehicle used by its practitioners, dibias or priests, and spiritual students, followers of the religion, to understand their world called Uwa, or more specifically, the part of the world that affects them, which is to say, the dry land on which people live and gather sustenance. I call it a gifted supernatural root. Odinani contains a rich spiritual tradition that remains relevant in the 21st century. But that's not all it contains. You may find that most people explore Odinani with a spiritual emphasis, which is why we highlighted certain concepts such as Mmuo, Ekwe, Ichu, Izu na Mbosi Ano, Nso, Ezumezu Mmuo, and Chi, so that you can cultivate a deep and meaningful spiritual practice. This is because Odinani is simply the Igbo way of being. And Igbo culture is rooted in the belief that the spiritual realm, ala Mmuo, and the physical realm, ala Madu, are inextricably connected. One cannot exist without the other. This is why it's always important to start there, because alignment with one's spiritual path makes room for everything else to flow with ease. Remember, You are not alone on this journey. Take advantage of the wisdom embedded in Odinani. Trust in your spiritual guides and be patient with the growth. Through Odinani, you can connect with your higher self and the divine forces that shape our existence. Now, let's get into the gist of Odinani in more detail in subsequent chapters. Chapter 2: An Overview of Igbo Cosmology. We cannot properly discuss Odinani without exploring the conceptual framework that is Igbo cosmology. What is Igbo cosmology, you may ask? Igbo cosmology is the scientific study of the origin, evolution, and eventual fate of the universe from the perspective of Igbo ancestors. Ndushi, Eshi, Ushi, Egede, Aka. It encompasses various aspects of the Igbo worldview, such as the large-scale structure of the universe, the formation and behavior of galaxies, stars, planets, and other celestial bodies, as well as the fundamental laws and forces that govern the universe's behavior. Igbo cosmologists, Dibias, seek to understand the fundamental nature of the universe, including its age, composition, and overall structure, through observation, theoretical models, and empirical analysis. Additionally, Igbo cosmology explores philosophical and metaphysical questions about the nature of existence, time, and reality. Igbo cosmology is rooted in the rich cultural heritage of the Igbo people, Ndibo. It is a complex and multifaceted knowledge system that contains the spiritual, mythological, and philosophical aspects of life. The concept of Chi Neke is central to Igbo cosmology. It is the personal essence of life force that guides each individual throughout their lives, alongside a pantheon of gods, spirits, and ancestors. Ezumezu Mmuo. Principles of Igbo cosmology. These are the principles that illuminate the worldview of Ndibo. Chineke, as we already mentioned, is a central principle to the Igbo belief system. There's a reason for this, as Igbo ancestors identified that this force is the animating essence of the universe that animates everything in nature and their non-physical and physical aspects, including humans. Additionally, Igbos recognize a complex hierarchy of deities, Agbara or Alusi, spirits, Mmuo, and ancestors, Ndiche, each playing a distinct role in the cosmic order. The principles of Igbo cosmology are foundational concepts that guide the study of the universe and its origins from the Igbo perspective. Some other key principles amongst others include Uga, cosmic revolution and ages. Igbo cosmology recognizes that the universe has evolved over time, undergoing various stages of development and spiritual transformation from its initial state to its current form. These cosmic ages are categorized into 4 periods or ages known as Ugaka, Ugachi, Ugaun, and Ugazi, which we will discuss in detail later in the book. Uwa, the Big Bang. This principle relays that the universe originated from an incredibly hot and dense explosion that happened approximately 13.8 billion years ago, in an event when the Supreme Divine Mother and Creator of the universe, Nechukwu, sacrificed her essence, resulting in the formation of the world. The universe is said to have been expanding and cooling ever since. Ogugu and EOG, dark matter and dark energy. Igbo cosmology recognizes the existence of mysterious layers and substances called dark matter or cloak and dark energy or river, which together make up the majority of the universe's mass energy content. These powerful forces have the ability to control or cause mysterious events to occur that can affect our reality. Ezumezu, anthropic principle. This principle considers the observed properties of the universe, such as its physical constants and laws, as necessary for the existence of intelligent life. It explores the idea that the universe is finely tuned to allow the emergence of conscious observers. These principles, among others, form the basis of Igbo cosmology, guiding modern-day Dibias in their quest to understand and navigate the mysteries of the cosmos. Mythology in Igbo cosmology. Mythology serves as a foundational element of Igbo cosmology, weaving together tales of creation, gods, and legendary figures, ancestors. Stories of the earth goddess Ani, the sky god Igwe, and the trickster deity Ekwensu, amongst others, offer insight into the cultural identity and values of Igbo. Mythology plays a significant role in Igbo cosmology by providing narratives, symbols, and explanations for the origins and workings of the universe, e.g., tales and stories on Okeke's world creation, Ogbunabali's execution of death and justice, or Nri pioneer traditions, to mention a few. Mythological stories usually reflect Igbo cultural beliefs and values. These myths serve as a way to convey complex cosmological concepts in a relatable and accessible manner. Mythology in Igbo cosmology typically includes creation myths that describe the origin of the universe, the earth, and humanity. These stories usually feature divine beings, gods, goddesses, and supernatural forces that shape the world. Mythological narratives may also explore themes that highlight the cycle of life, Ndu, and death, On, the nature of time, Oge, and the relationship between the divine, Mmuo, and the mundane, Madu. While myths might not be scientifically verifiable, they offer insights into how ancient Igbo ancestors conceptualized and understood the cosmos, in order to pass the principles and knowledge systems to their descendants for generations to come, while leaving room for evolution and expansion of their observations. Mythological motifs and archetypes continue to influence modern Igbo cosmological thoughts, inspiring philosophical reflections on artistic interpretations of the universe's mysteries. Igbo cosmology versus other African cosmologies. While sharing similarities with other African cosmologies, such as the belief in a supreme creator and ancestral reverence, Igbo cosmology also exhibits unique characteristics that are very conceptual to the language and perceptions of how Igbo ancestors viewed the universe. Further investigation or analysis of each African way of being will easily reveal the nuanced differences and cultural nuances that distinguish Igbo cosmology from its counterparts across the continent. Africa is a massive continent. There is no one singular African cosmology or African tradition or African philosophy or African religion. However, there are African cosmologies, traditions, philosophies, and multiple ways of being that define how ancient Africans, including Igbos, pre-existed. Igbo cosmology influence on Igbo culture. Igbo cosmology, as the study of the universe and its origins from the Igbo perspective, has a profound influence on Igbo culture. Here are some ways in which Igbo cosmology shapes Igbo culture. Omenani, or Ntoani, Igbo worldview and belief systems. Cosmological beliefs form the foundation of a culture's worldview and belief systems. Concepts on the origin of the universe or a community, the nature of existence, and humanity's place in the cosmos are central to cultural identity and values. Odinani, religion and spirituality. Odinani incorporates Igbo cosmological concepts into its teachings and practices. Igbo cosmology provides explanations for the existence of divine beings and creation of the world and the afterlife, shaping religious rituals, ceremonies, and morals or ethical codes. Akụkọ ifo, art, literature, and folk tales. Igbo cosmological themes inspire artistic expressions, literature, and folk tales across Igbo culture. Artists and storytellers draw on cosmological narratives, symbols, and archetypes to explore existential questions, celebrate the wonders of the universe, and convey cultural heritage. Obi, sacred architecture. Igbo cosmological beliefs influence architectural styles in sacred spaces. Temples and shrine structures usually reflect Igbo cosmological principles and serve as a symbolic representation of the divine idea. Ogwafo, calendar systems. Igbo cosmology shapes the development of Igbo calendar and systems and methods of timekeeping, like the Igbo lunar calendar and the Izu, 4-market day system. It provides frameworks for organizing daily life, spiritual observances, agricultural practices, and celestial events. Nzuko Amamife, scientific inquiry and education. Modern Igbo cosmology can contribute to education and intellectual discourse, encouraging curiosity about the universe and advancing indigenous knowledge systems. Dibia discoveries and theories about the cosmos can shape the cultural attitude towards science, technology, and innovation. Contemporary perspectives on Igbo cosmology. In modern times, Igbo cosmology continues to evolve and adapt to changing societal dynamics. While traditional practices persist, contemporary practices can offer a new interpretation and insight into the relevance of Igbo cosmology in a rapidly changing world. Through exploration and adaptation of new insights, we can gain a deeper appreciation for the rich belief and knowledge systems that have shaped Igbo for centuries. Overall, Igbo cosmology serves as a lens through which Igbos can interpret and navigate the mysteries of the universe, shaping our values, traditions, and collective identity. The cultural impact of Igbo cosmology underscores its significance in shaping human experience and understanding of the cosmos. The influence of Igbo cosmology extends far beyond religious beliefs, permeating every aspect of Igbo culture, from traditional ceremonies and rituals to social structures and artistic expressions. The Igbo cosmological worldview continues to shape the collective identity and practices of Igbo people. Chapter 3. Izu Ano, the Igbo 4-market days. In Igbo cosmology, the traditional calendar is deeply intertwined with the spiritual and daily lives of the people. The 4 Igbo market days are central to this calendar. They are Eke, Orie, Afo, and Nkwo. Each day is imbued with elemental energies and play a crucial role in determining the rhythm of life, rituals, and economic activities of Igbo land. We'll cover each market day and the specific elements, including different energies they are associated with that influence the human condition in this chapter, linking the celestial with the terrestrial in a unique way. In the Igbo calendar, it is important to note that a new market day begins at sundown, marking the start of a new day when darkness falls and not at sunrise. This tradition aligns with the natural rhythm of the day and night cycle, as it emphasizes the importance of transition and renewal. The 4 market days rotate in a continuous cycle, each bringing its unique energy and influence, guiding the activities and spiritual practices of the Igbo people. Ekwe Market Day. Ekwe is the first market day in the Igbo week. Ekwe is deeply connected with the element of fire. It is also associated with Anyanwu, the sun. Fire symbolizes energy, transformation, vitality, and passion. This element represents the creative force of the universe, and Ekwe embodies this transformative energy. Just as the fire can ignite new beginnings, so too can Ekwe Day spark fresh starts in various aspects of life. In traditional Igbo belief, fire also purifies, cleanses, and brings light into darkness. It is the spiritual energy that makes Ekwe Day a special time for cleansing rituals and significant ceremonies that require high spiritual energy. In many Igbo communities, Ekwe Day is considered sacred. It is believed to be the best day for activities that require high spiritual energy, especially those that require introspection. However, it is also a day of rest for mundane or worldly activities. This duality between intense spiritual focus and abstinence from physical tasks reflects the Igbo balance between the seen and unseen worlds. Ekwe's association with transformation and new beginnings make it a favorable day for starting new ventures, ranging from spiritual, personal, or communal. It is a day to set things in motion, to plant seeds for future growth, both literally and metaphorically. In some communities, important spiritual entities are connected to Ekwe. Forces like Anyanwu, the sun as cosmic force, Ikenga, the spirit of strength and accomplishment, Agwu, the mother of definition, and other protective spirits are called upon on this day. The energy of Ekwe amplifies the ability of these forces, amongst others, to influence the lives of those who honor them properly. While Ekwe is a day of spiritual engagement, it is also widely observed as a sacred day of abstinence. In many Igbo towns and villages, people refrain from certain activities on Ekwe Day, including farming, trading, or other labor-intensive tasks. This is a form of honoring the earth and the spiritual forces that govern life. Ekwe's sacred status means that it is a day to be spent in reflection, spirituality, and sometimes in ritual purification. It encourages rest from worldly activities and devotion to personal or communal spirituality. In this sense, Ekwe reminds Igbo people of the importance of staying connected to the spiritual realm. In Igbo palmistry, each of the 4 market days is represented in the palm by one of the fingers on the hand. Ekwe is symbolized by the index finger, a reflection of leadership and forward-moving qualities, just as the index finger is mostly used to point the way or lead in action. Ekwe Day is a time of setting intentions, embarking on new journeys, or gaining direction in life. This finger representation also highlights the day's importance as a guide and starter in the cycle of market days, underscoring Ekwe's role as a day of creation, fire, and cosmic light. It also illustrates the Igbo belief in the concept of akaraka, that everything about one's destiny can be understood from studying their palm. We will explore the concept of akaraka in more detail in subsequent chapters. Children born on Ekwe Day are usually given generic names that reflect the energy of the day. Some common names include Okeke, Okeke, Mweke, and Mbeke. These names carry a spiritual imprint of the day and connect the person to the powerful forces of fire, transformation, and cosmic beginnings. In terms of color, black is the primary color associated with Eke. In the Igbo worldview, black, which can be Oji, Nji, Idu, Bubu, Odi, Abani, Ochichi, or Uchichi, can symbolize the mysteries of life, the depth of wisdom, and the unknown. It can also represent the cosmic balance between light and darkness, creation and destruction, beginnings and endings. Black is a powerful color of protection and spiritual potency. In Igbo cosmology, each market day is aligned with a specific cardinal direction. Eke is connected to the east, also known as Owuwa Anyanwu, the direction of the rising sun. The sun, being the powerful symbol of life and renewal, further amplifies Eke's day's energy of creation, fresh starts, and the dawning of new possibilities. The east is the direction where light emerges from the darkness, symbolizing hope, awakening, and spiritual enlightenment. Therefore, Eke Day encourages us to tap into the energy of renewal and illumination, a time to chase away the shadow in our lives and open ourselves up to the transformative fire of creation. In conclusion, though rest, rituals, or personal reflection, however we choose to engage Eke Day, it offers a unique opportunity to connect with the forces of creation and transformation. It is a reminder to acknowledge the cosmic light within ourselves, to nurture our spiritual growth, and to honor the divine energies that guide our paths. As you move through the cycles of the Igbo market days, consider how Eke, the day of fire, new beginnings, and sacred abstinence can bring balance and renewal into your life. Reflect on what needs to be set in motion, what forces need to be honored, and how you can tune into the fiery energy of this special day to transform your world. The next time Eke comes around, light a candle. Take a moment to reflect and remember the powerful forces that shape our lives in the Igbo cosmos. Let the fire of Eke inspire and guide you. Orie Market Day. Orie, which can also be referred to as Oye, is the second of the 4 market days that structure daily life and spiritual practices. Orie is uniquely associated with the element of water. Orie is a day known for its symbolism of fluidity, reflection, and healing. It is a day that invites deep connection with oneself, the community, and the forces of nature. Water is central to life, and in Igbo worldview, Orie represents the life-giving force. Just as water adapts to its surroundings, Orie is a day that encourages flexibility, emotional depth, and cleansing. Water's ability to flow freely, yet maintain strength, is reflective of Orie's energy. A day when we can focus on both inner and outer healing. The middle finger on the hand represents Orie in the palm's alignment with the 4 market days. This placement connects to the strength and balance associated with Orie's energy. Just like the middle finger stands centrally, water is an element that is central to Igbo life, and Orie is a market day that centers and harmonizes aspects of life. Orie's energy is all about fluidity, cleansing, and introspection. It's a day to reflect on emotional well-being, nurture connections, and engage in personal or communal rituals. Some of Orie's key attributes include reflection and healing. Orie is a time for introspection, making it ideal for spiritual cleansing, meditation, and self-care practices. People can take this day to focus on their emotional health, letting go of anything weighing them down. Nurturing and caring. As water nourishes the earth, Orie can serve as a day to nourish relationships and connections. It's a day for community gatherings and strengthening bonds with loved ones. Spiritual forces. Orie is associated with water deities and spiritual forces like Nemmiri, Oshimiri, and Idemmiri, etc. These forces play a role in Igbo spiritual practice as they represent abundance, protection, fertility, and purification. Orie is a powerful day for spiritual and personal activities. It is a day that creates an atmosphere of peace. Many communities use Orie for ceremonies involving water, such as ritual baths and river offerings, which are believed to cleanse negative energies and rejuvenate the spirit. It is also a day for community events where people come together to share knowledge, food, and stories. Just as water connects rivers and streams, Orie connects individuals to the wider community, creating a sense of unity. Children born on Orie Day are usually given generic names that reflect the significance of the market day. These names connect them with their birthday and the spiritual energy of water. Common names include Morie, Okorie, Okoye, and Mborie. These names help ground them in their ancestral and spiritual identity, serving as lifelong reminders of their birthday's significance. Orie is associated with the north direction in Igbo cosmology, Beorie. North, symbolizing clarity and purpose, aligns with Orie's qualities of introspection and balance. The primary color of Orie is red, Obara Obara, Mimi, Uhie, symbolizing blood, life force, and vitality. Red is a color of strength, energy, and renewal, which pairs perfectly with Orie's theme of reflection and healing. Orie Day reminds us to slow down, reflect, and nurture both ourselves and the community. It is a day where we are encouraged to be like water, adaptable, resilient, and nurturing. We can achieve this through spiritual cleansing, community bonding, or personal introspection. Orie's energy encourages healing and growth. In modern times, we can observe Orie by setting aside time for personal reflection, connecting with loved ones, and performing cleansing rituals. In doing so, we align with the water element's flow, healing power, and emotional depth. Incorporating the wisdom of Orie into your life allows you to maintain balance and connection to the deeper forces that shape your world. So, as you move through each week, let Orie be the day of self-care, healing, and community. Afo Market Day. Afo is the third of the 4 key market days that form the foundation of Igbo cosmology and social life. Afo is especially connected with the element of earth, symbolizing stability, growth, and the nurturing aspects of the physical world. Earth is the foundation of life, stable, grounding, and essential for growth. Afo is a day that channels this energy, encouraging activities that involve creation, sustenance, and the accumulation of material wealth. Just as the earth provides nourishment and support, Afo is a day about building and manifesting physical and spiritual resources in your life. It's a day that calls for practicality and productivity. In Igbo palmistry, Afo is represented by the ring finger on the palm. This finger symbolizes commitment, responsibility, and a grounded connection to the physical world. It's fitting that the ring finger, usually associated with bonds and promises, align with Afo's steady and stable energy. Afo carries the attribute of the earth element: stability, growth, manifestation, and abundance. These attributes make Afo an ideal day for focusing on activities that require grounding and focus. These are some of Afo's key characteristics. Stability and growth. Afo is an excellent day for taking care of tasks that involve long-term planning and stability. Just as the earth takes time to nurture seeds before they grow, Afo encourages us to lay solid foundations for future prosperity. Material wealth and manifestation. This day is aligned with wealth building, which could mean attending to business matters, closing deals, or working on projects that will bring long-term benefits. Practical and physical work. Afo is a day of action and productivity, which could involve activities like farming, building, or other hands-on tasks. It is the perfect time to get things done and manifest tangible results. Spiritual forces. Afo is associated with powerful forces of the earth, such as Allah, Mother Earth, and her corresponding energies like deities and spiritual forces that embody the nurturing, grounding, and life-sustaining qualities of the earth. In many Igbo communities, Afo Day is particularly favorable for activities related to agriculture, business transactions, and physical labor. It's a day to focus on practical and material tasks, to make sure that resources are managed wisely and that the foundations for future growth are well established. The grounding energy for Afo also makes it a day for reflection on one's relationship with the earth and the physical world. It is a day that shows respect for Allah, the earth goddess, and acknowledge her role in sustaining life. We can take time to appreciate the natural world and its abundance. Farmers in Igbo communities are especially active on Afo Day, as it is seen as the most favorable time to engage in agricultural activities. This includes planting, harvesting, and preparing the earth for the new crops. Afo is a day that connects the people directly to Allah, the source of all life and sustenance. As with all market days in the Igbo calendar, children born on Afo Day are given generic names that reflect the significance of their birth. These names connect them to the energies of the day and the element of earth. Common names include Okafo, Nwafo, Mbafo, and Okurafo. These names serve as lifelong reminders of their connection to the earth and the grounding, stable qualities of Afo. In Igbo cosmology, Afo is associated with south direction, Beafo, symbolizing warmth, growth, and the nurturing aspect of life. The south is a place of stability and abundance, aligning with the earth's element's life-sustaining power. The primary color for Afo is white, Ocha, Ucha, Ichava, Chiva, which represents purity, peace, and clarity. White also signifies the wisdom and clarity that comes with grounding oneself in the earth's energy. It is a color of renewal and reflection, encouraging us to take stock of what we have and how we can sustain it. Afo is a day that invites us to reconnect with the earth and focus on building stability and wealth in our lives. It is a day of practical tasks, whether that means tending to the land, taking care of business, or completing physical work. Aligning with the energy of Afo can help us cultivate long-term prosperity, to see to it that our efforts are deeply rooted and fruitful. To make the most of Afo, consider incorporating activities that connect you to the earth, such as gardening, working on a project that requires focus and dedication, or reflecting on your material goals. Take time to honor the earth and all it provides. Acknowledge your responsibility to care for it. In Igbo culture, every day carries a deeper significance, and Afo is no exception. It is a day of growth, stability, and material manifestation, making it one of the most important days for practical and spiritual alignment. Nkwo Market Day. Nkwo is the fourth of the four major market days in Igbo calendar. Like the other market days, Eke, Orie, Afo, Nkwo plays a key role in shaping the spiritual and daily lives of Igbo people. Nkwo is particularly associated with the element of air, symbolizing movement, intellect, and communication. It's a day of vibrant energy where ideas flow, connections are made, and journeys are undertaken. Nkwo is governed by the air element, which is associated with the qualities of intellect, communication, and movement. Air represents the mind, the realm of ideas, and the exchange of information. On Nkwo, the winds of change are always blowing, pushing us towards new understandings, fresh insights, and meaningful interactions. Air, in its symbolic form, allows people to exchange thoughts and knowledge freely, creating a space for communication and intellectual growth. This is why Nkwo is a favored day for activities that involve discussion, teaching, learning, travel, and negotiation. It is a time to tune into the flow of intellectual energy and let ideas take flight. In Igbo palmistry, Nkwo is represented by the little finger on the palm. This finger is symbolic of adaptability and finesse, qualities that are closely tied to the energy of Nkwo Market Day. The little finger is small but nimble, much like the element of air itself, which is light, flexible, and free-flowing. Nkwo carries the attributes of air, making it a day for intellectual pursuits, communication, and social interaction. These are some of the key characteristics that define Nkwo. Communication and intellect. Nkwo is a day when communication is at its peak. If you are engaged in teaching, learning, or exchanging ideas, this is a perfect time to speak your mind and absorb new knowledge. Intellectual discussions are particularly favored, as the air energy encourages clarity and thoughts and quick mental processing. Movement and travel. As air is the element of movement, Nkwo is a great day for journeys and travel. If you're planning a short trip or embarking on a longer journey, Nkwo provides the perfect energetic backdrop for safe and meaningful travel. Negotiation and social interactions. If you are involved in any kind of negotiation of business deal, Nkwo is an ideal time to initiate conversations and work towards favorable agreements. The air element fosters diplomacy, cooperation, and successful interactions between parties. Spiritual forces. Nkwo is associated with powerful spiritual forces such as Igwe, sky, Agwu, and Ekwe, amongst others. These forces govern movement, change, and intellectual pursuits, lending their energy to the day's activities. In Igbo tradition, Nkwo is a good day to honor the power of communication and intellect. It is also seen as an ideal time for negotiation, community gatherings, and social events. The free-flowing nature of the day encourages people to exchange ideas, share stories, and establish deeper connections. Education is another important theme on Nkwo. As the air element aligns with knowledge and learning, many communities take the opportunity to engage in teaching, holding educational discussions, or begin new intellectual pursuits. Igbo people place great value on education and the exchange of knowledge, and Nkwo is a day that perfectly reflects this cultural priority. Travel is also highly favored on Nkwo Day. The air element's connection to movement makes it a perfect time to set off on a journey, be it physical or metaphorical. This could involve traveling to visit family, embarking on business trips, or taking part in spiritual pilgrimages. Nkwo provides the energetic support to make these journeys meaningful and safe. As with all Igbo market days, children born on Nkwo are given generic names that reflect the significance of their birth. These names connect them to the energy of Nkwo and the element of air. Some common Nkwo-related names include Nwankwo, Okonkwo, Okoronkwo, and Mbokwo. These names act as lifelong reminders of a person's connection to Nkwo and its air-associated energy, reinforcing their ties to communication, intellect, and movement. Nkwo is associated with the west direction in Igbo cosmology, known as Benkwo or Odinani, where the sun sets. The west, as a direction, symbolizes the end of a cycle, completion, and the time for reflection. Nkwo, with its air element, encourages people to use this direction's energy to process, communicate, and move forward after reflecting on their experiences. The primary color for Nkwo is blue, aluligwe, nronwa, nda, symbolizing the sky, air, and the expansive nature of intellect. Blue represents peace, serenity, and clarity, making it the perfect color for a day of intellectual pursuits and meaningful communication. The sky itself, in its vastness, symbolizes limitless opportunities for growth, ideas, and knowledge. Nkwo is a day to engage the power of communication, intellect, and movement. It is a day for sharing ideas, connecting with others, and setting things in motion. This could be through travel, negotiation, or learning. If you're looking to start a new intellectual project, engage in meaningful conversation, or embark on a journey, Nkwo is the perfect day to do so. To make the most of Nkwo, consider dedicating time to activities that involve communication, such as journaling, teaching, or having important conversations. If you have been putting off a journey or travel plans, Nkwo's air energy will support you in moving forward with ease. In Igbo culture, every market day offers a unique opportunity to connect with the universe's natural energies. Nkwo is a day for intellect, connection, and progress, encouraging us to reflect on our thoughts, share our knowledge, and take action in meaningful ways. The Igbo calendar, Ogwafo Igbo, the 13 moons in Igbo cosmology. In Igbo cosmology, the lunar calendar is divided into 13 moons. Each has its own unique significance and energy. These moons guide the spiritual and communal life of Igbo, connecting us to the ancestors, the elements, and the divine forces that govern the universe. The Igbo calendar is based on lunar events and activities, which have been effective since time immemorial. The calendar gives Igbo people a unique way of reckoning time, as opposed to the linear dimension of Euro-American time under the Gregorian calendar, which only went into effect as of October 1582, following an order issued by Pope Gregory XIII. The Igbo lunar calendar, known as Ogwafo or Ogwaro Igbo, is based on the cycle of moon, Onye, where each complete cycle makes up a month. Each moon consists of at least 28 days, and a total of 13 moons, which make a complete year, Aro. In Igbo cosmology, the 13 moons serve as the foundation of the lunar calendar. However, it is important to note that the titles of the moons, which we will highlight in this section, originate from the Inri traditional system. They may vary across Igbo communities, reflecting other local dialects and reverential titles. This differences in the names and titles, which one can come across in Igbo land, underscores the diverse cultural and spiritual context that exists in Igbo societies. Regardless, in each Igbo community, each new moon marks a new season and an opportunity for reflection and veneration rituals to the relevant energies. It is important to also note that not all Igbo communities observe the same festivities during each moon, as each group adheres to their own omenana or traditional cultural beliefs, which may differ from those of neighboring communities. Igbo na-asụ n'ọnụ n'ọnụ, mana anyị bụ ofu. Igbos might speak in different tongues or dialects, but we are one people. These are the 13 moons in Igbo lunar calendar based on the Nri traditional system and their cosmic significances. Number 1. Onwambu, the first month of the Igbo lunar year. Onwambu is a period of deep reflection on one's essence and connection to cosmic intelligence. Natu, or Atunne Wanyichuku. This time is marked by a realignment with the creative and transformative powers of the universe. It is traditionally a period when Dibias, priests, offer sacrifices such as cows to Allah, or Ani, or Anna, the earth goddess, seeking her blessings for land purification and a prosperous harvest as the community begins planting seed yams and other vital crops. The purpose of the sacrifice offered is also to usher in the new year, chase away misfortune or blockages, and seek blessings of cosmic forces on the affairs of everyone. The number 1 symbolizes new beginnings, unity, and the potential to manifest our thoughts into reality. Onwa Abo, the second month. Onwa Abo invites us to reflect on the principles of duality, acknowledging the connection between the spiritual and physical realms. As children of divine masculine and feminine, Umuchi Neeke, this month is a call to action, encouraging movement from introspection to tangible steps towards achieving personal and communal goals. The number 2 underscores the theme of partnership, balance, and the dynamic interplay between both seen and unseen forces. Ife kwulu, ife akudebea. Onwe Eke, the third moon. Onwe Eke focuses on the energies of Ikenga, willpower and strength. It reverences the cosmic light Eke and vital life Anwanwu that sustains our world. This is a month to reflect on the Igbo source of creativity and action, the force that enables each person to execute all they have set their heart on. This is a time for energizing creative endeavors and reinforcing the resolve to accomplish set objectives. The number 3 represents creativity, communication, and the integration of mind, body, and spirit to guide us all to activate our inner life force to achieve harmony and balance within our respective lives. Number 4, Onwa Ano, the fourth month. Onwa Ano embodies the foundational principle of Igbo cosmology. It is a reminder that the 4 market days, Eke, Orie, Afo, Nkwo, and the 4 elements, fire, water, earth, and air, work together to create the essence of existence and nourish human life. The number 4 signifies stability, foundation, and balance. It reflects the Igbo worldview of interconnectedness and the harmony required to sustain life. It serves as a time to reflect on those things that form the foundational basis of our lives. Number 5, Agwu. This is a time for active veneration and spiritual reawakening. The 5th month is dedicated to Agwu, the spirit of divination and spiritual insight. This period is marked by rituals and festivities to honor Nechukwu, the mother of the universe, and Neagwu, the bestower of all spiritual gifts. The number 5 stands for Ise. It symbolizes manifestation, change, freedom, and the activation of inner power. It is a time to awaken spiritual gifts and connect deeply with the divine feminine energy that impacts all forms of spiritual power. This month is also a good time for masquerade initiations into communal secret societies and Agwu rites, emphasizing spiritual transformation and enlightenment. Number 6. Onwa Ifejoku. This is a time for celebration of the harvest in all forms. The 6th month, Onwa Ifejoku, is a time for thanksgiving and celebration for harvest. It is dedicated to Ifejoku, the deity of yams, agriculture, and profitable yields. The number 6 represents harmony, balance, and nurturing. This month is significant for offering gratitude to the earth and the spirits for their blessings to ensure continued prosperity and abundance. Number 7. Onwa Lomchi. This is a time for honoring the ancestors and life force in all things. In the 7th month, the focus shifts to veneration of one's chi, personal life force, and honoring the ancestors. Onwa Lomchi is a time for reflection on one's origins and spiritual journey. The number 7 is associated with introspection, spiritual awakening, and enlightenment. Offerings are made to the ancestors and spiritual guides, acknowledging their guidance and support in the physical and spiritual realms. Number 8. Onwi Mmuo, a time for deep learning and understanding. The 8th month, Onwi Mmuo, is a period for deep learning and gaining deep insights. The number 8 symbolizes infinity, balance, prosperity in all aspects, and cosmic order. It is a time to remember who you are and reawaken your spiritual path. A time to reflect on the things that make us prosperous. This month is a time to also reflect on those things that affect us internally, spiritually, and how they consequently influence our external realities. Number 9. Onwana or Onwani. This is a time to prioritize connection to the earth. The 9th month is dedicated to Ani, the earth goddess. Ani is the mother of all living things and the guardian of morality and justice. The number 9 represents completion, wisdom, mysteries, and universal truth. This month encourages everyone to connect deeply with the earth, respect its resources, and uphold moral and ethical standards. It also encourages us to reflect on and be open to impossibilities as well as life-changing events. Number 10. Okeke. The 10th month, Okeke, is centered around the principles of creation and polarity. It celebrates the creative force that gives birth to all things and the balance between masculine and feminine energies. The number 10 signifies wholeness, divine order, and new beginnings. This month is about recognizing and reflecting on our beginnings. It takes us back to our resolve from the first month to stay united and continue to work towards manifesting our thoughts or ideas into reality. It also serves as a reminder that we are all co-creators of the universe, and we can all create the realities we want to see in life. Number 11. Onwa Jana. The 11th month focuses on cleansing and purification. Onwa Jana involves rituals to cleanse the body, mind, and spirit, preparing for new growth. The number 11 is a master number associated with intuition, insight, and spiritual enlightenment. This period is essential for releasing negative energies and rejuvenating the spirit. It also takes us back to the message of the second month, to strive towards balance and harmony in our lives as children of Chineke. Number 12. Onye de Ajana. The 12th month, Onye de Ajana, is a time for renewal and preparation for the new year. The number 12 symbolizes completeness and cosmic order. This month involves reflecting on the past year, making necessary adjustments, and setting intentions for the future. It is a period of spiritual and physical renewal. This month also takes us back to the energy of the 3rd month, to stand firm in the strength of the wheel, to continue to create and work on the strength of our mind, body, and spirit, to guide us to our destined paths. Number 13. Onwu Zoaroshi, or Onwu Zoalosi. The 13th month, Onwu Zoalosi, is dedicated to reflection and realignment. Known as the month of Alokosi, a time to put an end to all destructive things or habits. It focuses on avoiding evil and maintaining spiritual integrity. The number 13 is usually associated with transformation and renewal. This month also emphasizes the principles we are encouraged to uphold in the 4th month of stability and balance. This month encourages us to follow the ways of Odinani, traditional Igbo beliefs and knowledge systems, to uphold moral law and realign one's spiritual path. It is a time for rebuilding character and seeking peace, unity, and balance. Key points to remember about the Igbo lunar calendar. 13 moons. The Igbo lunar calendar consists of 13 months, each aligned with the cycles of the moon. 4 market days. Each month is based on the 4 market days, Ekwe, Orie, Afo, Nkwo, forming the foundation of the Igbo cosmological and cultural structure. Elemental associations. The market days correspond to the 4 elements, Ekwe, fire, Orie, water, Afo, earth, and Nkwo, air. Numerology significance. Each month has a corresponding numerological meaning that influences its spiritual and cultural activities. Sundown start. A new market day begins at sundown, aligning with natural cycles and transitions. Cultural practices. Important rituals, offerings, and prayers like Mmuo are performed in alignment with the lunar phases and market days. Spiritual connection. Each month provides an opportunity to connect deeply with specific energies, ancestors, and spiritual practices to ensure continuous guidance and connection to Igbo cosmology. Seasonal cycles. The Igbo calendar aligns with agricultural cycles, which influence planting, harvesting, and other crucial activities. Community and tradition. The Igbo lunar calendar plays a vital role in maintaining cultural traditions, community cohesion, and spiritual practices across generations. In Igbo culture, Onwa refers to the moon and denotes the monthly cycle. A week, known as Izu, spans 7 Igbo weeks or Izu Asa. The term Ubochi signifies a day, and there are 4 market days, Ekwe, Orie, Afo, and Nkwo, each associated with one of the 4 cardinal directions. Ekwe with the east, Owuwa Anyanwu, Orie with the north, Afo with the south, and Nkwo with the east, Odida Anyanwu. Children are usually given generic names after the market days on which they were born. For instance, like we mentioned already, one might easily come across names like Mbeke, Nweke, Mborie, Okorie, Okafo, Nwankwo, Okonkwo, and so on. Each month in the Igbo lunar calendar is an opportunity to connect with specific energies and reflect on different aspects of life and spirituality. Odinani practitioners can maintain a deep connection to Igbo cosmology and cultural heritage by understanding and honoring the value that these months promote or remind us of. This continuous cycle of reverence and reflection under the moon cycle ensures that everyone remains guided and connected to their spirituality and the divine forces that shape each person's existence. The cultural and spiritual significance of the 4 market days. The 4 market days are deeply embedded in the cultural and spiritual fabric of Igbo society. Rituals and festivals. Many traditional rituals and festivals are aligned with specific market days to harness their elemental energies. Economic activities. Market days are crucial makers for trade and commerce in Igbo culture, with each day influencing the type of goods traded and the nature of transactions that occur in each community. Personal and community life. From naming ceremonies to weddings, the choice of market day can significantly impact the perceived auspiciousness of events. The 4 Igbo market days, Ekwe, Orie, Afo, and Nkwo, are a reflection of the Igbo cosmological and spiritual worldview. Each day, associated with a specific element and energy, governs various aspects of life, from personal endeavors to community activities. Understanding these days and their significance provides deeper insights into the rich cultural heritage of Ndi Igbo and our harmonious relationship with the natural and spiritual worlds. Chapter 4. Uga. The 4 Igbo World Ages in Igbo Cosmology. In Igbo cosmology, Uga refers to the world ages and stages of consciousness humanity has evolved through. There are 4 of them prescribed in Igbo cosmology. Each of them offer insights into human consciousness and its evolution. The 4 ages, Ugaka, Ugachi, Uganwu, Ugazi, each have distinct characteristics and durations. They reflect the multidimensional nature of Igbo reality. Understanding these ages can help us gain insight into the different planes of existence, reincarnation, and the progression of spiritual consciousness in Igbo reality and Odinani. The multidimensional reality of Igbo cosmology. In Igbo cosmology, reality is viewed as multidimensional, where various ages and planes of consciousness coexist. In Igbo culture, the language used to address children, which refers to their generational groups such as Umuaka or Umuoma and Umuazi, reflect the full spectrum and timeline of the specific ages humanity has lived through. There is no greater history map than the language of a people itself. The naming tradition in Igbo culture till date underscores the belief that human consciousness has evolved and continues to evolve through different cycles, and by understanding these cycles, we can better align with the desired consciousness for ourselves and our descendants. Ugaka, the first age of consciousness. Ugaka, also known as Ugokbu or Ugambu, is the first and most profound age of consciousness in Igbo cosmology, a time that predates the material existence of humans as we know them today. It is a period marked by non-duality, pure consciousness, and the omniscience of human beings. Ugaka is the age of Omma, a state of pure wisdom and spiritual mastery. Ugaka is often described as an age of non-duality, unlike our current reality where duality, good and evil, light and dark, male and female, defines much of our experience. Ugaka was a time when these dichotomies did not exist. It was an age where beings were not bound by the physical and material limitations that characterize human existence today. Instead, they existed in a state of pure consciousness. In this age, there was no separation between the self and the universe, between thoughts and action, or between the spiritual and the material. Everything was interconnected, and beings operated from a place of total unity with the universal laws. Ugaka is recognized as the age of Oma, a term that signifies the highest level of divine wisdom, highest consciousness, insight, and understanding. Beings in this era possessed complete knowledge of the cosmos and the laws that govern it. This wisdom was not acquired through learning or experience, but was inherent in their very nature. They had an intrinsic understanding of the forces that shape the universe, and with this knowledge came the ability to master their environment and themselves fully. In Ugaka, beings existed as pure energies, unencumbered by physical bodies. They were pure energies, inhabiting the astral plane known as Ijite. This state of existence allowed them to achieve a level of omniscience, total knowledge and understanding of all things. The limitations of time, space, and matter that we experience in our current reality did not constrain them. As pure spirits, they had the ability to access any knowledge, manifest any reality, and transcend any limitation. Ugaka represents a time when human beings had achieved full mastery of their potential. They were not only aware of their divine nature, but were also able to express it fully. This mastery extended to all aspects of existence: mental, spiritual, and even what we might now consider physical. The beings of Ugaka were creators in the truest sense, able to mold reality to their will, guided by their innate wisdom and pure consciousness. Ugaka is considered the first age of consciousness, and as such, it predates the physical existence of humans in our material form. It is seen as a prelude to the subsequent ages, particularly Ugachi, the age that follows, where beings began to take on physical bodies and duality started to emerge. In this context, Ugaka is a foundational state of existence that sets the stage for everything that followed. In Igbo cosmology, understanding the different ages of consciousness is very important for comprehending the human journey and the evolution of the universe. Ugaka, as the first age, holds particular significance because it represents the origin of human consciousness in its purest form. It is a reminder of the potential that exists within every human being: the potential for divine wisdom, pure consciousness, and complete mastery over one's existence. Moreover, Ugaka serves as a spiritual archetype for those on a path of enlightenment. It represents the goal of spiritual practices aimed at returning to a state of pure consciousness, where the limitations of the physical world are transcended and the wisdom of the universe is fully realized. It is the age that inspires the quest for immortality, not just in a physical sense, but in terms of eternal presence of the soul in its most enlightened form. Ugaka is the ideal state of being that all spiritual seekers aspire to. It reminds us that at the core of our existence, there is a state of pure consciousness, immense wisdom, and limitless potential. As we navigate through the physical world and challenges it presents, the memory of Ugaka serves as a beacon, guiding us back to our true nature and the ultimate realization of our divine essence. Ugachi, the second age of consciousness. One of the most significant ages in Igbo cosmological framework is Ugachi, the second age of consciousness. Ugachi is a pivotal era in Igbo cosmology, as it represents a dramatic shift in consciousness and the nature of existence. While the preceding age, Ugaka, was marked by non-duality, divine wisdom, and the omniscience of beings existing in pure spiritual form, Ugachi introduces the concept of duality and the beginning of physical existence. This age is characterized by transformation from pure energy into physical matter, marking the dawn of human embodiment and the physical world as we know it. Ugachi is the age where consciousness of duality emerges. In contrast to the pure non-dual existence of the previous age, beings in Ugachi became aware of dichotomy between opposites, good and evil, light and dark, life and death. This awareness introduces complexity into one's unified consciousness, paving the way for the rich unfolding of human experience that includes both harmony and conflict. During Ugachi, there is a great influx of self-realized spirits, beings who are aware of their divine nature and their connection to the cosmic order. These spirits, embodying a high level of spiritual maturity, play an important role in guiding the evolution of humanity. They are the bearers of soul power, capable of influencing the physical world through their mastery of spiritual laws and their deep understanding of the cosmos. Ugachi is also an age of ingenious cultural creations. Humans, newly embodied in physical form, consciously engage in the development of culture, technology, and social structures that reflect their innate wisdom and connection to nature. This era is marked by the harmonious coexistence of humans and the natural world, where every innovation is aimed at enhancing this symbiotic relationship. Additionally, telepathy is a common mode of communication, allowing for a deeper and more direct connection between beings. One of the most outstanding changes in Ugachi is the introduction of death. Unlike the immortality enjoyed during Ugaka, beings in Ugachi experience the end of their physical existence. This marks a significant shift in the human experience, as the concept of mortality begins to influence the way beings interact with the world and each other. Death, however, is not seen as a final end but as a transition, a necessary part of the cycle of life that leads to further evolution into subsequent ages. The consciousness during Ugachi is one of self-realization and self-actualization. Beings in this age are deeply aware of their divine origins and their purpose in the physical world. There is an innate understanding and interconnectedness of all life and the cosmic laws that govern existence. This consciousness drives the innovation and cultural development that characterize the age as humans seek to manifest their spiritual insights into the material world. Despite the introduction of duality and mortality, Ugachi is still a period of harmony and purity. The beings of this age are highly attuned to the rhythms of nature and the cosmos, and their actions are guided by a deep sense of purpose and responsibility. The challenges introduced by duality and death are met by wisdom and resilience, as humans continue to evolve in their understanding of themselves and their place in the universe. As Ugachi progresses, the consciousness of beings continue to evolve, setting the stage for the next age, Uganwu. This forthcoming age will bring further changes in consciousness and the nature of existence as humanity continues its journey through the cosmic cycles of time. In conclusion, Ugachi is a crucial period in Igbo cosmology, as it represents the transition from pure spiritual existence to physical embodiment, an emergence of duality and mortality. It is an age of cultural innovation, self-realization, and the beginning of the complex interplay between spirit and matter that defines human existence. Understanding Ugachi provides valuable insights into the nature of consciousness and the cosmic journey of human soul in Igbo reality. Uganwu, the third age of consciousness. Uganwu is the third age of consciousness in Igbo cosmology, a time of immense transformation, enlightenment, and the emergence of visionary minds. This age, commonly referred to as the Age of Enlightenment, is characterized by incarnations of cosmic-minded visionaries, known as Mmuo, and is marked by significant spiritual, intellectual, and technological advancements. Uganwu is distinguished by the presence of Mmuo, beings who possess what is described as solar intuition, an extraordinary versatility of mind, and deep original thinking. These folks are the torchbearers of this age, guiding humanity with their mystical insights and cosmic understanding. The term Mmuo translates to children of the sun, symbolizing their connection to the source of light, knowledge, and spiritual illumination. They are seen as visionaries who not only possess prophetic gifts, but also demonstrate an advanced understanding of energy and its interplay with consciousness throughout nature. This age is marked by a unique shift in consciousness, where human beings began to explore their individual and collective potentials more intimately. It is a time when the understanding of duality became more pronounced and the interplay between light and darkness, good and evil, and other binary forces became central to human experience. The visionaries of this age, with their solar intuition, lead the way in navigating these dualities, offering guidance and insight into the mysteries of existence. The Uganwu age is also noted for its technological feats, as humanity's understanding of energy and its manipulation reaches unprecedented levels. This period sees the development of advanced technologies, not just in the material sense, but also in the spiritual practices and metaphysical understanding. The innovations of this age are driven by deep spiritual awakening, where humans seek to harmonize their material existence with their spiritual aspirations. This era also witnessed the emergence of practices that emphasize the importance of energy conservation, environmental stewardship, and ecological consciousness. As people become more aware of the connection between all life forms, there is a collective shift towards lifestyles and philosophies that encourage sustainability and respect for the natural world. The urge to check harmful tendencies became a global obsession as humanity grappled with the consequences of its actions and sought to realign with the natural order. Uganwu is also regarded as the age of the mind, where those who possess the divine mind of light, known as Mmuo, emerge as leaders and visionaries. The divine mind of light refers to a state of consciousness that transcends ordinary understanding, allowing each person to access higher realms of knowledge and spiritual insight. These leaders play a crucial role in guiding humanity through the challenges of this age, helping to elevate collective consciousness and promote spiritual growth. In this age, lifespans began to shorten, a reflection of the increased focus on the temporal and the material. However, this was balanced by a deepening of spiritual awareness and advanced understanding of the forces that govern existence. The duality that characterized this age is not seen as a source of conflict. It is seen instead as an opportunity for growth and evolution. For many spirits, the desire to be reincarnated into the Uganwu age is intense. This period is seen as a time of immense opportunity, where the potential for spiritual growth and enlightenment is at its peak. The challenges and complexities of this age are viewed as catalysts for transformation, offering souls the chance to refine their understanding and ascend to higher levels of consciousness. Uganu represents a critical juncture in the cosmic cycle, where humanity is called to rise to its highest potential. It is a time of both great challenges and great rewards, where the pursuit of wisdom, enlightenment, and harmony with nature is paramount. Those who possess the divine mind of light are destined to lead the way, to guide humanity towards a brighter and more enlightened future. As the third age of consciousness in Igbo cosmology, Uganu leaves an indelible mark on the journey of human evolution. It is an age of enlightenment, where the boundaries of knowledge and understanding are expanded, and the mysteries of existence are explored with renewed vigor. The visionaries of this age, with their solar intuition and ancient wisdom, continue to inspire and guide humanity through its ultimate destiny. A harmonious existence where spirit and matter are perfectly balanced. The legacy of Uganu is one of hope, inspiration, and the relentless pursuit of truth. It reminds us that even in the face of duality and impermanence, there is always the potential for growth, transformation, and the realization of our highest spiritual aspirations. The next and last stage of consciousness after Uganu is Ugazi. Ugazi, the fourth age of consciousness. The last of the four ages in Igbo cosmology is known as Ugazi, mostly referred to as the age of wickedness. This age represents the lowest point of human consciousness, a period of spiritual descent where ignorance, greed, and moral decay dominate the world. Ugazi is a time of severe spiritual and moral decline, where the world is metaphorically and literally upside down. In contrast to the earlier ages that embraced enlightenment, harmony, and higher states of consciousness, Ugazi stands as a stark contrast. It is marked by degradation of values, a loss of sacred wisdom, and rampant pursuit of materialism and destruction. This age is defined by a widespread sense of hopelessness and negativity. The spiritual awareness that once guided human behavior is replaced by a shallow understanding of life. People become disconnected from their higher selves and the wisdom of the ages, leading to reckless and destructive behavior. One of the central aspects of Ugazi is the complete disregard for the natural order. In this age, the environment and the sacred balance between humans and nature are violated through greed, exploitation, and mindless consumption. Sacred lands once revered are desecrated, and the harmony between the material and the spiritual realm is disrupted. Ugazi is referred to as the age of unimaginable greed. Materialism and the desire for personal gain drives human actions, leading to wars, conquests, and the exploitation of resources. Instead of striving for collective growth and enlightenment, people in this age are focused on accumulating wealth and power at the expense of others. The pursuit of deeper spiritual truth is abandoned in favor of superficial pleasures. Vanity and self-interest reign as people become obsessed with appearances, status, and fleeting material gains. This focus on the external and the trivial leads to a society devoid of meaning and substance. In this age, spiritual awareness reaches its lowest points. Sacred knowledge, once cherished and preserved, is now disregarded or forgotten entirely. Rituals and practices that once connected people to the divine are either ignored or treated as meaningless traditions. This descent into spiritual ignorance manifests in rampant rise of crime, evil, and chaos, as moral and ethical structures break down. Ugazi is characterized by the rise of evil, both in human actions and in the broader environment. The ignorance and selfishness that pervade this age give way to crime, violence, and societal decay. Pestilence and natural disasters are believed to be consequences of this moral and spiritual collapse. A key concept in understanding Ugazi is that of Okeke, which describes the consciousness of ignorance and vanity that dominates this age. Okeke represents the individual and collective disregard for wisdom and sacred knowledge. It is the shallow and superficial mindset that thrives in Ugazi, where people prioritize material wealth and personal gain over the spiritual growth and enlightenment. The ignorance of Okeke clouds the mind, making it difficult for people to connect with their higher selves or seek deeper truths. As a result, the society in Ugazi is spiritually blind, consumed by vanity and driven by short-term desires that lead to long-term destruction. In Ugazi, the world is said to be literally upside down. This metaphor points to the complete inversion of values and spiritual principles. What was once revered and respected is now ignored or treated with contempt. Acts of wickedness and destructions are normalized, while goodness, compassion, and wisdom are marginalized. This inversion of values extends to all aspects of life, from relationships to governance to how people interact with the environment. The balance that once existed between humans and the spiritual realm is shattered, and chaos ensues as a result. Although Ugazi is an age of darkness, it is also seen as a necessary part of the cyclical nature of existence. Just as day follows night, the descent into ignorance and destruction is seen as a prelude to eventual renewal and rebirth. The spiritual challenge of Ugazi is to recognize the darkness and seek to overcome it through self-awareness, personal growth, and a return to sacred wisdom. The souls that reincarnate during this age are believed to be tasked with great spiritual trials. Those who possess the capacity to transcend the ignorance of the age are seen as light bearers, individuals who can help guide others out of the darkness. These souls are drawn to lifestyles and philosophies that encourage ecological consciousness, spiritual awakening, and the restoration of balance. The age of Ugazi, though bleak, is not the end of the cosmic cycle in Igbo cosmology. It is the prelude to the new beginning, a period of renewal that follows the decay. As the world reaches the height of its destruction, seeds of wisdom, compassion, and spiritual growth are sown, preparing the way for a future age of enlightenment. In Igbo cosmology, the journey through Ugazi is both a test and an opportunity. It challenges humanity to confront its darkest aspects and to seek out the light within, being open to the lessons of this age and working towards a return to sacred principles can help humanity ultimately transcend the chaos and restore harmony to the world. Ugazi represents the lowest points in the cycle of consciousness in Igbo cosmology, a time of darkness, ignorance, and destruction. Yet, even in the age of wickedness, there is an opportunity for growth and transformation. The descent into Ugazi challenges humanity to confront its shadow side and to work towards a brighter future by reconnecting with the wisdom of the past and embracing a higher level of consciousness. The lessons of Ugazi serve as a reminder that even in times of great darkness, there is always the potential for renewal and rebirth. Recognizing the pitfalls of this age and striving to rise above them can enable each person to play a role in restoring balance and harmony to the world. Reincarnation and planes of consciousness. It is very important to keep in mind that these four ages are not just timelines of existence in Igbo spirituality, they are the realms of consciousness. This point might seem controversial for some, but because these four ages are equally four realms of consciousness, they represent realms of reincarnation, which souls re enter the world, Igbo reality, from. Each age of consciousness is ruled, better to say, preserved, by the foundational spirits that guide Igbo reality. That is, Eke, Orie, Afo, Nkwo. For example, Odinani practitioners call on Ndimbu, the first ones, or Ndichie, ascended ancestors, in Igbo Mmuo prayers, backed by the belief that these beings are still very much alive and active in their realms of existence, or consciousness. It is also believed that these ascended ancestors can exercise their pure choice and decide to reincarnate into families or communities to aid in the liberation of souls. This belief is an indication that they exist in a realm of consciousness that is still very active, possibly Ugaka or Ugachi in spirit. In the same way, lower spirits or energies are also believed to exist and are still active in certain realms of consciousness, e.g., Ugaun or Ugazi. The four ages, Ugaka, Ugachi, Ugaun, Ugazi, are not linear in nature, but exist simultaneously in a multidimensional framework. Just as past, present, and future coexist, so too do these ages, allowing for a complex and layered metaphysical justification of human existence. Beings or spirits can reincarnate from any of these planes of consciousness, each vibrating at different frequencies. Each age of consciousness is still very much alive and active in spirit, Mmuo, indicating the different states of consciousness our spirits can inhabit. Current age, Ugaun or Ugazi. There is a debate among Igbo scholars about which age we currently inhabit. Some believe we are in Ugaun, the age of enlightenment, while others argue that we are in Ugazi, the age of wickedness. Both perspectives have valid reasons, reflecting the complexities of human experience and consciousness. My position, however, is that it is also possible that we are simultaneously experiencing aspects of multiple ages depending on our level of consciousness. One person may be vibrating at Ugachi level of consciousness, while another may be equally vibrating at Ugaun level of consciousness. We understand from ancestral wisdom that all souls do not occupy the same level of consciousness. Just as in Igbo reality, there are those referred to as Omalu, enlightened ones. There are also those referred to as Okeke, ignorant or consciously childlike ones. These realities in Igbo language are indicators that everyone could be living under the same time frame, but it does not necessarily mean everyone is operating from the same level of consciousness. The four world ages in Igbo cosmology, Ugaka, Ugachi, Ugaun, and Ugazi, provide a rich framework for understanding the evolution of human consciousness and spiritual existence. Studying these cycles and their characteristics can help us better align with our higher selves and navigate the complexities of life in our world, whether we find ourselves in the age of enlightenment or the age of wickedness, or perhaps both. The wisdom of our ancestors can offer us guidance and insight for our spiritual journeys. Chapter 5, Igbo Mmuo, Ancestral Meditation Ritual. Igbo Mmuo is a spiritual tradition in Odinani. It serves as a ritual that keeps the link or connection between the physical and spiritual realms active at an individual level. This ancestral meditation practice usually involves the use of support tools like water, or nzu, or ido, or oji, or incense, or candles, or bells, or music, or chants, or a combination of these tools to propel the practitioner into higher states of consciousness, enabling us to connect with our higher selves and reshape our realities. By performing rituals, participating in the myth, one is being calibrated into alignment with supreme wisdom. Nze Chukwukadibia E. Nwafo, author of Leopards of the Magical Dawn, Science and Cosmological Foundations of Igbo Culture. At its core, Igbo Mmuo is about meditating to become familiar with one's spirit guides or higher self. The ritual involves communion with the spirit world, where one enters a trance state to connect deeply with ancestral and spiritual energies. When we consciously vibrate at a higher frequency with the help of the support tools we mentioned above, we can call in our energies, effectively aligning our present and future realities with our highest good. The process of Igbo Mmuo. To begin the Igbo Mmuo practice, one should at least attempt to enter a state of trance. In Odinani, entering a state of trance simply means cutting out all external distractions to be by yourself. It means to be completely grounded and focused on the spiritual fellowship about to take place. This can involve making contact with the earth, if you are in an environment where you can go outside, or settling down into a comfortable position, sitting or standing, and simply having a focused intention to connect with the spiritual realm. The aim is to quiet the mind and raise one's vibrational frequency to become receptive to spiritual energies. It is important to note that this cannot be achieved without taking spiritual hygiene into consideration first, which can simply involve the use of water to wash the main parts of the body, believed to be an entry point for energy to all other parts. Example, the face, feet, and palms. In this elevated state, practitioners engage in communion with their ancestors and spiritual guides. This communion allows for the exchange of wisdom, guidance, and support that can provide insights which can help in everyday life and spiritual growth. It is also the moment for one to give thanks and also lay down their burdens if they deem fit, as well as make affirmative declarations through Igbo incantations or other means over their life. With a higher state of vibrational frequency achieved, practitioners can consciously call in their desired creations. This aspect of Igbo Mmuo is about manifesting intentions by aligning with the energies of the spirit world. It's a powerful process of co-creation, where one's thoughts and desires are infused with spiritual energy to bring about desired outcomes. This is the moment when the practitioner speaks affirmative declarations using Igbo incantations or other means to speak of and declare the things they want to see manifest in their life. It is not the moment to speak of anything negative or detrimental. A unique aspect of Igbo Mmuo, which most practitioners are not usually consciously aware of, is the recalibration and reassignment of epigenetic memories that take place. Through Igbo Mmuo ritual, practitioners inevitably tap into higher dimensions that allow them to shift their present and future realities. They can move and transform energies to align with their higher self and greater good by assessing the causal realm. The importance of consistency and repetition. For Igbo Mmuo to be truly effective, consistency and repetition are crucial. Regular practice helps in reprogramming one's DNA and RNA, leading to lasting spiritual and physical transformations. This consistent engagement strengthens the connection with the spirit world and reinforces the desired changes in one's life. Igbo Mmuo is not a practice taken on for short-term gains. It is a spiritual practice to be engaged in for the long-term and foreseeable future, way beyond and regardless of life's current challenges. With consistency and repetition over time, practitioners may be surprised to find that Igbo Mmuo has the ability to meet even present needs in dire situations. But that aspect or possibility should not be the main motivation to take on the practice. The role of procedural memory. Procedural memory, the type of memory involved in performing tasks and routines, plays a significant role in Igbo Mmuo. With repeated practice, procedural memory will eventually kick in and help embed the meditative processes into the unconscious, conscious, and subconscious levels of the mind of the practitioner. This is why newcomers should not worry about having a slow beginning with the practice. With consistency, Igbo Mmuo will become a habit, allowing practitioners to access heightened states of awareness and spiritual clarity more effortlessly over time. Spiritual effects on different levels of consciousness. Unconscious level. At the unconscious level, Igbo Mmuo can help release and heal deep-seated traumas and negative patterns. This healing process occurs as the higher vibrational energies penetrate and cleanse the unconscious mind, paving the way for spiritual growth and clarity. Conscious level. On the conscious level, the practice improves clarity, focus, and intentionality. Practitioners become more aware of their thoughts, actions, and their alignment with their spiritual goals. This heightened awareness can enable a more intentional and purposeful way of living. Subconscious level. The subconscious mind, which influences much of our behavior and perceptions, is also positively impacted by Igbo Mmuo. Through consistent meditation, the subconscious is reprogrammed with new, empowering beliefs and patterns that support spiritual and personal development. Chessy, 1985, 7, emphasizing the potency of rituals in Africa, stated that people say that in former times all men carried a share of the gods in them, and vice versa. The task of the ritual is to activate and to intensify these shares so as to enable man to be divine for a certain period of time. Igbo Mmuo is an ancient ritual that helps us activate and intensify these shares of godliness and ancestral wisdom we all carry within us. It keeps us close enough to the divine for a certain period of time that allows us to be in tune with divine intelligence all the other times, even when we are at our lowest points. The ancestral belief is that when we go into that state, we hope to enter through Igbo Mmuo. We are tapping into higher levels of consciousness, enabling us to act from superpositions and shift present or future realities into ideals that match our highest good. It is recommended that every Odinani practitioner has at least one market day a week when they practice Igbo Mmuo, and for those with higher spiritual calling, more than once should suffice. Igbo Mmuo and Igbo Tutu. Morning rituals. Igbo Mmuo and Igbo Tutu are traditional Igbo morning rituals that involve invoking and honoring spirit guides, ancestors, and deities, especially with the sun, Anyanwu, as a point of contact. These rituals are performed at dawn during the time when the sun's energy is most potent. Igbo Mmuo Tutu. Invocation of spirits. This ritual involves calling upon the spirits of one's ancestors, the deities, and the chi, personal life force, for guidance, protection, and blessing. The early morning sun is considered to be the best time to perform this ritual because it is believed that the spirits are most receptive to prayers and offerings at this time. The ritual typically involves the offering and use of nzu, kola nuts, libations, and spoken declarations or chants as prayers that acknowledge the presence and power of spiritual energies. Igbo Tutu, morning declaration of truth and justice. The Ofo is a sacred symbol of truth, justice, and authority in Igbo culture. Igbo Ofo is a ritual that involves making declarations or affirmations that align with the principles of truth, justice, and righteousness, while using the Ofo staff or emblem. Performing this ritual in the presence of the early morning sun is believed to imbue the declarations with the power of Anyanwu, making sure that the day ahead is guided by truth and integrity. The ritual may involve holding the Ofo staff or symbol, facing the rising sun, and making solemn vows or affirmations. A simple guide to Igbo Mmuo ritual for beginners. Igbo Mmuo is a spiritual practice in Odinani that involves the invocation and veneration of ancestral spirits and forces known as Ezumezu Mmuo or Ora Mmuo, our spirit guides as a collective. This ritual is centered around communing in the presence of the divine, engaging higher frequencies, and using the power of words and declarations to manifest desired realities. Words uttered during Igbo Mmuo are potent and transformative, and consistency in this practice is key. Let's consider some important notes on the basics of Igbo Mmuo before we continue. The power of words and declarations. During Igbo Mmuo, words are powerful tools of creation and transformation. Declarations made during this meditation and veneration rituals carry significant spiritual weight, and it is important to utter them with reverence and intention. Consistency in practice strengthens your connection to the spiritual realm and enhances the efficacy of your practice. Facing east to pray. In Odinani, we face east to do Igbo Mmuo. You can easily determine what direction east is by using the compass on your smartphone. If you do not already have one automatically installed, please try to install a compass. East represents the direction of the rising sun, symbolizing new beginnings, clarity, enlightenment, and remembrance of where Igbos emerged from. It aligns the practitioner with the cosmic order and the life-giving energy of the sun, amongst other things. Declarations, not begging. Unlike other spiritual practices that may involve begging or pleading, Igbo Mmuo is about making firm declarations. The practitioner stands in their power and communicates with their ancestral spirits or forces confidently. However, if you have wronged any of your forces or done things you know you should not have been doing, seeking forgiveness and making appeasements is appropriate. Regardless, there is no room for guilt. In such cases, make your pleas genuinely and then move on to standing firm in your divine power as one who is loved. Having a dedicated space and the right tools is important for effective Igbo Mmuo rituals. Try to store your tools in a non-metallic, non-plastic bowl reserved solely for this purpose. These are some of the key tools used in Igbo Mmuo rituals in Odinani. Nzu, sacred white chalk. Ido, red or yellow clay. Manyoku, hot drinks, example, gin. Oji, kola nut. Usoji, alligator pepper. Candles, bells, and water. Nzu. Nzu is a sacred white chalk used to call upon and attract the attention of spiritual forces. It is used as a buffer and amplifier for interdimensional contact. Nzu can be in solid or powdered form. When drawing lines with Nzu, the number of lines typically correspond to the 4 market days, Ekwe, Orie, Afo, Nkwo, but can vary based on the practitioner's title or status. There is a belief in certain Igbo cultures that men should draw long lines because of the form of a man's P, while women should draw dotted, more circular lines because of the form of a woman's P. This analogy is highly subjective. influenced by cultural context. If you feel you are spiritually mature enough to transcend such ideas, then please do so. Nzu represents purity and clarity, making it a powerful medium for communication with the spirits. Ido is a plant powder, or red clay as some call it, used in Igbo to ask for peace, Udo, and to make appeasements if any forces are displeased. In a case where you cannot access Ido, using Nzu for the same purpose should suffice. Practitioners can sprinkle Ido during the ritual to invoke peace and seek harmony with spiritual forces. Candles are used to create a sacred atmosphere and represent the presence of light and guidance from the spiritual realm. They also serve as points of contact or representatives of the sun, Anyao, in your sacred space in Odinani. The fire that emerges as a result of burning a candle signifies open channels to the spiritual realm and charges the atmosphere with positive energy. One can light candles to honor ancestors and spiritual guides. Candles of different colors can also be used to symbolize or channel various intentions and energies. Bells are used to awaken and call upon the spirits, as their sound is believed to attract and please positive spiritual entities. Practitioners can ring the bell gently during sessions from time to time when they feel led to, when making declarations to summon the spirits. The bell is rung to mostly mark the beginning of Igbo, to alert cosmic forces of one's presence, and also at the end of your ritual to announce their leave. The use of bells in Igbo ritual is not compulsory. Water is a symbol of life and purification. It can be used in libations and cleansing rituals. It can also be placed as a symbolic presence of the element in your sacred space. Water is used for self-cleansing before Igbo. Water is also used to wash oji, kola nut, before use. It can also be used to pour libations to honor the spirits and ancestors. Hot drinks, usually clear or transparent spirits, are used in libations to honor, strengthen, and appease the spirits. It is poured into a shot glass, always filling it up. It is offered to the spirits by pouring it on the ground or into a bowl placed on the floor if indoors, as the practitioner makes their declarations. If you identify or have been identified as an Ogbanje, sweet drinks are used to honor and connect with these spirits. They are used as offerings during prayers and rituals to appease Ndi Ogbanje. They are used as a point of contact to ask for sweet things to come into the life of the practitioner as they offer them sweet things. Osoji, alligator pepper, is used for cleansing, declarations, and for calling in strength during meditations and rituals. If it is a fresh bud, the common practice is to take it behind one's back to open it. Rotate the seed round the head 4 times in an anti-clockwise motion, while asking it to cleanse off any negative energies. Touch it all over your body or rub it on major parts like the palm. Throw it out with the left hand. This is how alligator pepper is used for energetic cleansing. For declaration use, place 7 seeds in the mouth. Chew while making your declarations and spit it out into the wind or swallow. Oji, kola nut, comes in various forms and is used to beckon spirit guides, including water forces. In this case, Oji Ugo, the golden or white kola nut, is used, and deities. It is used to speak life into being. Preparation. Wash the kola nut with water and peel it if necessary. Usage. Present the kola nuts during Igbo to invoke and honor your spirits. Invite them to eat the kola nut. Take the opportunity to speak words of life and fulfillment over yourself and your well-being. Whatever you speak over Oji becomes law, life, while breaking the kola. While Igbo Mmuo can be performed anytime, it is preferable or more favorable to perform it in the mornings. Morning time aligns with what we will loosely refer to here as the spiritual time zone, when spirits are believed to be most active and attentive. In Odinani, it is believed that spirits go about their own activities during the day, just as we do. It is also good to set the tune of your day in the morning. Regardless, there is an Igbo saying that whenever a person wakes up is their morning. Steps in performing Igbo Mmuo. Isaka, wash your hands. Clean your hands and body as a sign of purity and respect before starting the ritual. Itu onzu, drawing with unzu. Initiate energetic purification. Show a clean heart and hand by using unzu as a point of contact to call on your forces. Ikpop Mmuo, calling your forces. Call upon your chi, the 4 market days, and all your spirit guides. Use their general titles if you don't know specific names. Introducing yourself. State your Igbo name, birth date, market day, parent's name, and town of origin. Do not underestimate this. It helps connect with your spiritual lineage. Itu omanya, pouring libation. Honor your forces by pouring them libation. Iweta oji or iweta ofo. Present the kola nut or ofo staff, if you possess one, to use during the declarations. If you do not have oji or ofo, it is still okay to make your declarations using your unzu or whatever you have present. Concluding with ise. Always seal your declarations with ise, equivalent to "it is so," even though you are the one speaking over yourself. Main distinction between Igbo and Igoji. Igoji, using kola nuts for blessings. Igbo, using the ofo, staff or emblem for blessings. Igbo Mmuo, direct communication with spirits. The importance of acknowledgement. Calling upon your spirit guides awakens their presence and invites their guidance into your life. Naming and acknowledgements invites presence. Spirits are not necessarily in the habit of interfering in the affairs of humans without invitation. The acknowledgement of your forces that takes place during your Igbo Mmuo is the invitation you give to them to interfere constructively in your life's affairs. After Igbo Mmuo, take some time, no matter how short, to be still and listen. You can also actively ask for communication to occur in dreams or through events that take place or channels you use in your everyday life. Things to avoid based on cultural context. Always clean up before starting Igbo Mmuo. Do not discard osoji seeds carelessly. Avoid marking unzu lines on the ground or earth in front of your living parents. Do not draw more than 4 lines on the floor if you are not titled. Personalizing your practice. This introductory guide simply provides a foundational structure. Please, feel free to adapt it into your personal discretion or as your spirit leads. For more specific guidance with regards to the things that concern cultural context, please consult with elders and practitioners in your community. Some proverbs and sayings to keep in mind. Osoji adige ejije fele. Alligator pepper does not go on useless journey. It always delivers. Onye wetara oji wetara ndụ. One who brings kola nuts brings life. Aka malụ nzu adịghị amụ oyi. A hand that knows or holds nzu does not get in trouble. Mmiri bụ ndụ. Water is life. Ike dị n'okwu ọnụ. There is strength or power in the spoken word. Eke ketara anyị ife ọma. Eke bring and share good things for us. Orie retara anyị ife ọma. Orie make us enjoy good things. Afọ fọtara anyị ife ọma. Afọ shine good things on us. Nkwọ kwọtara anyị ife ọma. Nkwọ bless us and bring good things for us. Ndụ mmiri ndụ azụ. Mmiri atana, azụ anwụna. The life of water and fish are sacred, connected. Water should not dry out or run out. Fish should not die. Following these basic guidelines can help anyone develop a meaningful and effective Igbo practice, deepening your connection with the spiritual world and your inner self through the framework of a traditional spiritual practice. Chapter 6: Spiritual Hygiene in Odinani. Igbo worldview is one that accounts for both abstract, spiritual, and physical, material realities. It is believed in Odinani as an indigenous way of being that anything which shows up in human world, Mmuo, comes from the land of the spirits, Mmuo. The concept of pollution and purification have always been crucial to the practice of Odinani, as both factors are considered to be spiritual and material nature. In Igbo spirituality, spiritual hygiene as a practice stems from the acceptance of the spiritual nature of pollution, leading to the possibility of spiritual purification. An Igbo person, as well as their community, is believed to be as spiritual as they are physical, and can consequently incur spiritual harm as much as they can incur physical harm. Spiritual hygiene refers to the practice of taking care of one's spiritual well-being. Just as we take care of our physical hygiene by showering and brushing our teeth, it is believed that we should also take care of our spiritual hygiene to maintain a healthy and fulfilling life. In Odinani, just as all concepts take polarity and duality into account, physical and spiritual hygiene account for one another. They easily complement each other. There is an Igbo axiom, otu mmadụ, otu mmụọ, which means one is both a human being and a spirit. It reflects the Igbo belief that human beings have both a physical body, mmadụ, and a spiritual counterpart, mmụọ, and that these two aspects of a person are interconnected. In Igbo spirituality, Mmuo is believed to be the source of a person's life force and is associated with ancestors and other spiritual beings. The axiom emphasizes the importance of recognizing and honoring the spiritual dimension of human existence and the interconnectedness of all things in the universe. It is the reminder that human beings are not separate from the natural world, but are an integral part of it. Spiritual hygiene is then seen to be as equally important as physical hygiene to prevent the spread of spiritual pollution, which can hinder a person's growth, just as physical hygiene prevents the spread of diseases. It involves keeping oneself spiritually clean as a way of life, as well as through frequent cleansing rituals that range from minor to major practices. It is impossible to discuss the subject of spiritual hygiene in Igbo spirituality without addressing the concept of Nso, which has both a negative and positive sense. In its negative sense, Nso means avoidance or prohibition, and in its positive sense, it means holy or sacred. In a combination of both its negative and positive sense, Nso could be translated as sacred prohibition. The concept of Nso in Igbo spirituality is often associated with certain activities that are considered sacred or spiritually significant. Breaking or violating an Nso is believed to bring about spiritual pollution, which can have negative consequences for the individual or the community at large. This is one of the many reasons why spiritual hygiene is taken seriously as a way of life in Odinani. We will cover the subject of Nso in more detail later in this chapter. Another concept that is crucial to the subject of spiritual hygiene in Igbo spirituality is the concept of Aja. It is a concept in Odinani which refers to the practice of making sacrifices to spirits in order to maintain balance and harmony between the spiritual and the physical worlds. The sacrifices are believed to be necessary to appease the land of spirits and ensure their continued favor and protection. They may involve the offering of food, animals, or other objects, and are usually performed in sacred places or during specific rituals. There is another Igbo axiom which holds the wisdom of practice of Aja. The saying is, "Ka na-achụ aja, ka ikpe na-ama ndị mmụọ," which means, let's keep sacrificing, let the spirits take blame. This axiom holds the Igbo belief that by making sacrifices, humans can avoid blame or negative consequences for their actions, as spirits will take the responsibility for any negative outcomes. It reflects the Igbo belief in the interconnectedness of all things in the universe and the importance of maintaining a harmonious relationship with the spiritual realm. More importantly, Aja is also used in a sense as a tool of purification in Odinani. To read one of spiritual pollution, which the ancestors and spiritual beings are expected to help keep in check. There are several aspects of Aja, which asserts to its crucial relevance as a tool for spiritual hygiene in Odinani, such as Ichu Aja, driving away impurities, which we will cover in more detail later in this chapter. Ichu Nono, or Ipocho Nono, driving away from or closing a gaping grave. Ichu Ochuchu, driving away a punitive type of impurity. Obodinana, spiritual retaliation planted on the land, etc. Some of these aspects of Aja also assert the value of spiritual hygiene to the very fabric of the Igbo way of being. Another concept which cannot be ignored when discussing spiritual hygiene in Igbo spirituality is one known as Ikboalu, which means to drive out abomination. Just like all other tools of spiritual purification to get rid of pollution in Odinani, it may be carried out on behalf of a person or a community. There are usually several instances of what is considered to be spiritual pollution, which are of more serious nature than require this purification ritual or process of Ikboalu to be done. There is barely enough space in the scope of this book to go into the proper details of each concept which we have highlighted in order to illustrate both factors of pollution and purification, as we consider them as major elements within the subject of spiritual hygiene in Odinani. There are some basic tools and rituals for spiritual hygiene in Igbo spirituality, which Odinani adherents are encouraged to put into practice as a way of life, such as making use of water to wash the legs, face, mouth, and hands, or whole body, before engaging in Igbo or Mmuo rituals, communion with the spirit realm, which we discussed lightly in previous chapter, and using other tradition items such as osoji, alligator pepper, manunku, palm oil, nnu, salt, aqua, egg, etc., to ward off uchu, which refers to negative energies known to cause spiritual pollution. Spiritual hygiene as a conscious practice is as important today as it has always been in Odinani, for several reasons, some of which include maintaining balance and harmony, as the practice helps us to keep negative energy, uchu, at bay, and consequently generates more positive energy. It also encourages us to pay attention to our energy or aura. We are taught in Odinani to consciously maintain a positive energetic state to achieve balance and harmony as a way of life, by using certain rituals to repel unwanted energies. Ultimately, when we practice good spiritual hygiene, it is believed that we are able to connect more deeply with the divine and strengthen our relationship with the spirit world. Our spiritual, physical, mental, and emotional well-being are all believed to be interconnected, and neglecting one area can have negative effects on the others. Maintaining good spiritual hygiene can help us promote overall well-being and reach our greatest potential while maintaining a pure and aligned spiritual state as Ndemadu, enlightened human beings. 9 tools used for spiritual hygiene in Odinani. In Odinani, maintaining spiritual hygiene is important for personal well-being and spiritual harmony. Spiritual hygiene practices help to cleanse, protect, and align one's energy with higher spiritual frequencies. Number 1. Mmiri, water. Water is a universal symbol of purification and renewal. In Odinani, water is used in various rituals to cleanse the body and spirit. Sacred rivers, streams, and even rainwater are used in spiritual baths to wash away negative energies and impurities. Water's life-giving properties are known to be able to help restore balance and induce harmony. Number 2. Akwa, egg. Egg is a powerful tool for spiritual cleansing and protection in Igbo spirituality. It is usually used in rituals to absorb negative energies. The egg symbolizes life, purity, and the potential for rebirth. Rolling an egg over the body and then discarding it is believed to be able to aid people to transfer and remove negative influences from their energy field. But that is only one of the multiple ways eggs can be used for purification. Number 3. Nzu, white chalk. Nzu or white chalk is a sacred substance used in various rituals. It is usually applied on the body or used to draw sacred symbols on altars or other ritual spaces. Nzu represents purity, peace, and spiritual protection. In some cases, just having a sizable chunk of Nzu exposed or left in a space is believed to ensure the atmosphere is rid of any negative energies. Number 4. Osoji, alligator pepper. Alligator pepper, known as Osoji, is highly revered in Igbo spirituality. It is believed to have potent spiritual properties. It is used in cleansing rituals to ward off evil spirits and negative energies. Osoji is also believed to be a powerful tool for spiritual communication. Number 5. Incense and herbs. Incense and various herbs play a significant role in spiritual hygiene. Burning incense or locally sourced herbs releases fragrant smoke that purifies the environment and enhances spiritual awareness. The aroma from these substances are known to be able to invite positive energies and drive away negative forces. It is advisable to make sure the incense being used is not made out of any substance one might be allergic to. Number 6. Sound. Bells, horns, etc. Sound is an effective tool for shifting energy and cleansing spaces. In Odinani, instruments like bells, drums, and horns are used to break up stagnant energies and restore energetic harmony in a space. The vibrations produced by these sounds are known to resonate with higher frequencies, which can facilitate healing and spiritual cleansing. Number 7. Anyanwu Tutu, early morning sun. The early morning sun holds a special place in Igbo spirituality. The first rays of the sun are believed to carry powerful cleansing and revitalizing energies. Exposure to the morning sun can help to dispel negativity, uplift the spirit, and recharge one's energy. This practice aligns practitioners with the natural rhythms and energies of the universe. Number 8. Local brooms. Local brooms made from natural materials like palm trees, which are used for spiritual cleansing. In Odinani, sweeping with these brooms is not only a physical act of cleansing, but also a spiritual practice to remove negative energies from a space. This act symbolizes the sweeping away of unwanted influences and the restoration of spiritual purity to a household or space. Number 9. Nso or Iwu, personal taboos. Nso, or personal taboos, are natural rules or guidelines revealed to a person as they grow up for maintaining spiritual integrity and purity. These personal codes of conduct are unique to each individual and family, dictating what should be avoided to prevent spiritual contamination. Adhering to Nso helps one stay aligned with their higher purpose and maintain spiritual cleanliness. Spiritual hygiene in Odinani is an integral practice for maintaining balance and harmony in one's life. Using these tools, water, eggs, nzu, alligator pepper, incense, sound, the early morning sun, local brooms, and personal taboos, can assist practitioners to ensure their spiritual well-being and connect more deeply with the divine. These practices, rooted in ancient Igbo wisdom, continue to offer great benefit in the modern world, underscoring the timeless nature of ancestral ways of being. Anyanwu Ụtụtụ as the best tool for spiritual hygiene. Anyanwu Ụtụtụ, which is the early morning sun, active before 10 a.m. each day, is very valuable as a source of spiritual hygiene in Odinani. The early morning sun is revered as a divine force, Osora, that purifies, energizes, and connects practitioners with the spiritual realm. This ancient practice of acknowledging and taking advantage of the energy of the rising sun is deeply rooted in the Igbo belief that Anyanwu is the physical manifestation of the life-giving force that sustains all existence. In Igbo cosmology, Anyanwu represents a cosmic force, that is, deity, a manifestation of the supreme creator, Okeke. As the first rays of the sun emerge at dawn, they are believed to carry potent spiritual energy that can cleanse the mind, body, and spirit. This energy is not only purifying, but also protective, as it dispels negative forces and darkness that might have gathered over the night. The early morning sun is also associated with new beginnings and the renewal of life. As the sun rises, it symbolizes the triumph of light over darkness, hope over despair, and life over death. This makes it an ideal time for spiritual activities aimed at renewal, healing, and setting intentions for the day ahead. In Igbo spirituality, spiritual hygiene is as important as physical cleanliness. Just as one frequently washes their body to remove dirt, engaging in spiritual practices at dawn can help to cleanse the spirit of negative energies and impurities accumulated overnight. The early morning sun is seen as the ultimate purifier, and standing or sitting in its light is believed to wash away any spiritual dirt or negativity that might cling to the aura. To use the purifying power of Anyanwu Ụtụtụ, it is customary to rise early, preferably before the sun fully rises, and position oneself where the first rays can touch the body. Some practitioners might choose to face the east, which is typically where Igbos face to pray, where the sun rises, as they engage in prayers, meditations, or affirmations. This practice is believed to strengthen one's spirit, clear the mind, and prepare the person to face the challenges of the day with a renewed sense of purpose and clarity. Incorporating the early morning sun into daily spiritual practice is a way to maintain a strong connection with the divine and ensure ongoing spiritual hygiene. This can be as simple as spending a few moments in silent reflection or as elaborate as performing a full morning ritual. Regardless of the form it takes, the practice of engaging with the early morning sun helps to align one's energy with the natural rhythms of the universe, promoting balance, harmony, and well-being. Additionally, Anyanwu Ụtụtụ is seen as a source of divine inspiration and guidance. When we start the day with this practice, we open ourselves up to receiving messages, insights, and wisdom from the spiritual realm, which can be invaluable for navigating life's challenges and making important decisions. The early morning sun, Anyanwu Ụtụtụ, is revered in Igbo spirituality as the best form of spiritual hygiene and the greatest instrument for conducting morning rituals. Taking advantage of the purifying and energizing power of the rising sun can help cleanse the spirit, align with the divine, and set a positive tone for the day ahead. What is Ichu in Igbo spirituality? The concept of Ichu represents the negative energies or forces that can obstruct the smooth flow of life, health, and spiritual well-being of each person. It is a term that encompasses various forms of spiritual impurities, including bad luck and negative influences that affect one's physical, emotional, and spiritual state. Negative energies. Ichu is primarily understood as negative energy that blocks the easy flow of positive energy and life force, chi energy. It manifests in various forms such as sickness, misfortune, and psychological distress. Spiritual impurities. These are spiritual pollutants that can cling to a person. They usually result from negative thoughts, actions, or external spiritual attacks. They disrupt the harmony and balance within a person's life. Obstacles to progress. Ichu acts as a barrier to personal and spiritual progress. It can hinder one's success, relationships, and overall well-being. Identifying Ichu involves recognizing the signs that indicate its presence. Some of these signs can include physical symptoms, unexplained illnesses, chronic fatigue, and general malaise can be signs that Ichu is affecting the body. Emotional and psychological symptoms. Persistent negative emotions such as fear, anxiety, and depression, as well as feeling or being stuck or blocked in life. Life circumstances. Continuous bad luck, recurring negative events, and a general sense of misfortune can indicate the influence of Ichu. There are several causes and factors that can contribute to the presence of Ichu in a person's life. Some of them include negative actions and thoughts. Engaging in harmful actions or harboring negative thoughts can attract Ichu. Spiritual attacks. Envy, jealousy, and other negative intentions from others can manifest as spiritual attacks, bringing Ichu into one's life. Environmental factors. Living in a negative or spiritually polluted environment can also lead to the accumulation of Ichu. There are various ways to deal with Ichu and several methods to cleanse and protect oneself from Ichu in Odinani. Some of them include spiritual cleansing. Regular spiritual cleansing rituals such as using herbs, eggs, water, alligator pepper, and prayers can help remove Ichu. These rituals purify the body and spirit. They can help restore balance and harmony. Protective charms and amulets. Wearing or carrying protective charms, this include historic symbols, and amulets can ward off negative energies and prevent Ichu from affecting a person. Positive actions and thoughts. Cultivating positive thoughts and actions help repel Ichu and attract positive energy. This includes practicing gratitude, kindness, and mindfulness. Consultation with a spiritual healer. Seeking guidance from a spiritual healer or traditional priest, dibia, can provide specific remedies and protective measures tailored to a person's needs. Maintaining a life free of Ichu involves consistent spiritual and practical practices. Some examples of these practices include mindfulness and meditation. Regular meditation and mindfulness practices can help maintain a positive mental state and prevent negative energies from taking hold. Healthy living. A balanced organic diet, regular exercise, and sufficient rest can strengthen the body's natural defense against Ichu. Community and support. Engaging with a supportive community and maintaining healthy positive relationships can provide emotional and spiritual support, reducing the impact of Ichu. In the broader context of Igbo cosmology, Ichu serves as a reminder of the dualistic nature of existence. Just as there is light and darkness, positive and negative energies coexist, creating a dynamic balance. Understanding and addressing Ichu is essential for maintaining this balance and ensuring the smooth flow of one's life energy. Ichu in Igbo spirituality represents the negative energies and spiritual impurities that obstruct the flow of positive energy. Recognizing its signs and symptoms can help us understand its causes, and employing various methods to cleanse and protect against it can help practitioners maintain balance and harmony in their lives. Chapter 7: Mmuo, Personal and Communal Taboos in Odinani. Odinani, the indigenous spiritual and cultural knowledge system of Ndi Igbo, is deeply rooted in traditions, rituals, and taboos that guide both personal and communal life. These taboos, known as Mmuo, play an important role in maintaining harmony, ensuring spiritual balance, and preserving the moral fabric of society. Identifying and understanding these taboos is essential for anyone practicing or studying Odinani, as they reflect the values, beliefs, and spiritual principles that underpin Igbo culture. In Igbo culture, Mmuo, as we mentioned briefly earlier in this chapter, which you might also hear referred to as Iwuchi, refers to taboos or forbidden practices both in a positive and negative light, which can vary widely not only from community to community, but also on a personal level. What might be a powerful and positive practice for one person could be harmful or forbidden for another. This variability underscores the importance of not judging others based on their practices, as each person has a unique spiritual path, guided by their chi, life force, or personal spiritual guide. Mmuo are also sacred prohibitions or taboos that govern behavior and practices within Igbo communities. They are considered inviolable rules set by the ancestors and the divine forces to make sure order and harmony are in place. These taboos can be personal, applying to each person based on their unique spiritual paths or status, or communal, affecting the entire community. Violating an Mmuo or Iwu is believed to be able to cause misfortune, illness, or spiritual imbalance, and usually requires specific rituals or sacrifices to atone for the transgression. Types of Mmuo. Number 1. Personal taboos. Mmuo ezinụlọ, family taboos. These are specific to families and can vary widely. They might prohibit certain foods, actions, or associations based on ancestral decrees. Mmuo chi, individual or personal taboos. These are unique to an individual, usually revealed through personal experience, divination, or spiritual insight. They are closely tied to one's personal chi, spiritual essence, and Agwu, spiritual calling. Number 2. Communal taboos. Mmuo ala, earth taboos. These are prohibitions related to the earth deity, Allah. They include rules about farming, building, environmental consciousness, and other activities that might offend the land. Mmuo obodo, human taboos. These govern interactions among a group of people or community, ensuring respect, harmony, and social order. Examples include prohibition against incest, theft, and murder. Mmuo omenala, cultural taboos. These encompass broader cultural practices and traditions, such as rituals, festivals, and rites of passage instituted by the members or leaders of a community. The role of Mmuo in Odinani. Mmuo serves several vital functions within Odinani. Some of those functions include spiritual harmony. Individuals and communities can maintain balance with the spiritual world, honor their ancestors, deities, and cosmic forces by observing Nso. Moral guidance. Nso provides clear ethical guidelines to promote behaviors that align with Igbo values of respect, integrity, and communal well-being. Social cohesion. Taboos help unify the community by establishing shared norms and practices, encouraging a sense of collective identity and purpose. Protection. Observing Nso protects individuals and communities from spiritual harm, misfortune, and the wrath of offended deities or ancestors. 2 examples of common Nso. Number 1. Nsoana or Iwuana. Laws of the earth or earth-related taboos. These include prohibitions against harming the environment, such as cutting down sacred trees, killing certain animals, or polluting water sources. Offenses against Allah, the earth deity, like incest or breaking oaths, are considered severe and require significant atonement rituals. Number 2. Nsobi. Prohibitions in sacred spaces. Certain areas, such as shrines or ancestral lands, are off limits for specific activities like sex, planning evil, violence, menstruation, or wearing shoes. Consequences of violating Nso. Violating an Nso can have serious spiritual and social consequences. It is believed to have the ability to disrupt the balance between the physical and spiritual world, leading to personal suffering or health issues often attributed to offending spiritual entities, disruptions within the community, including conflicts, natural disasters, or communal strife. Specific rituals or sacrifices such as Ikboaru or Ikbochionunu are necessary to appease the offended deities or ancestors and restore balance. Understanding the various ways that Nso can exist and their significance is very important for Odinani practitioners. Participating in communal rituals and personal devotions helps maintain spiritual harmony and respect for the taboos, and regular consultation with spiritual guides or dibia, priests, or elderly custodians in various Igbo communities can provide insights into personal and communal Nso to ensure proper adherence and address any violations. 6 ways to discover your Nso personal taboos. Number 1. Start from your community. Your journey to knowing your personal taboos should begin with your community. Investigate what your village or family forbids or avoids in their traditional practices or culture, or menana. Usually, you'll find that your community has general taboos, and within that, your kindred may have their own specific ones. Observing these communal and familial taboos can provide a strong foundation for your personal spiritual practices. Number 2. Self-observation and self-divination. Personal observation is very important in identifying your unique taboos. Pay attention to how your body and spirit react to different foods, activities, and environments. If something doesn't feel right or negatively affects your well-being, it might be a personal taboo. This process of self-discovery requires honesty and mindfulness, as what works for others may not be suitable for you. Number 3. Inquire about your reincarnator, Onye or Chi. In Igbo spirituality, it is believed that each person may reincarnate within their families. Find out about your reincarnator, who they were in a past life, and what taboos they observed. This information can usually be gathered from family members who might have knowledge of the reincarnator's life and practices. Observing these inherited taboos can help align you with your spiritual lineage. Number 4. follow the practices of great dibyas. If you have a spiritual calling or are a dibya, a spiritual healer or priest, it is beneficial to adopt the best practices of the most revered and pure dibyas. There are common taboos in Igbo culture that are generally observed by all dibyas. Incorporating these into your life can improve your spiritual strength and purity. Number 5. Use Afa divination. Afa divination is a traditional method used to gain insight into one's life and spiritual path. Consulting with a skilled Afa diviner can help you identify specific taboos that your Chi or Agwu wants you to observe. This method provides a direct link to spiritual guidance, which can ensure that you are in alignment with your spiritual needs and avoiding harmful practices. Number 6. Understand your elemental associations. In Igbo cosmology, each person is linked to one of the 4 market days by birth: Eke, Orie, Afo, or Nkwo. Each of these elements has specific attributes and associated taboos. Discovering which market day you are associated with and understanding its characteristics can help you identify practices and substances to avoid. Knowing and observing your personal taboos in Igbo spirituality is a deeply personal journey that requires introspection, community engagement, and spiritual guidance. You can uncover the practices that align with your unique spiritual path and avoid those that are detrimental by following these 6 steps. Remember, everyone has their own path with their chi, and it is important to respect and honor these individual differences while staying true to your own spiritual journey. Chapter 8. Ichu, the sacred practice in Odinani. Ichu, Ituaja, or Nchuaja, is a practice and ritual in Odinani, which is used to represent or describe a sacrifice or proprietary offerings made to spirits to seek their favor, or in some cases to appease them. It is believed that since we originate from the spirit realm and are entangled as a result with such realms, by virtue of those realities being where we come from into this world, spirits have the power to bring blessings or misfortunes to humans. So, it is essential for us to maintain a good relationship with them while we go about our affairs on earth. Before we proceed to break down the concept of Ichuaja, it is important to note that Igbo language is multidimensional and multilinear in its nature. Those who can understand the nature of Igbo language and approach its use or interpretations from this basis will be able to decode a lot more from the language in a way that will be useful to their understanding of Odinani. The term Aja can be used to describe the loose, granular substance that covers part of the Earth's surface, such as sand or soil. It can also refer to that which cloaks, such as dirt or impurities. In that sense, Ichuaja literally means driving away Aja, that is, driving away impurities or dirt. In another sense, Aja refers to a field of life. This sense, in its nature as life-filled essence, has been passed down to us in the term Ajanwikaka, which describes Aja to us as the child or part of Ijitaka, which basically means life, a realm of life. In essence, when one is aligned with Aja as the field of life, one's life, being fully alive, is virtually guaranteed in effect. In line with the sense of Aja, we can say Ichuaja means being in pursuit of that aspect of life which sustains us, being in pursuit of the very thing which keeps us alive or recharges us. Ichuaja, as an indigenous practice amongst Igbo, was instituted or is known to have come into practice during the age of Ugachi, which is the second world age in Igbo cosmology. Ugachi is believed to have been the age of the gods or spirits. During this age of Ugachi, humans were believed to have become more materialistic and less spiritual, and as a result, the gods or spirits withdrew from human affairs, including living freely in the world of humans. The implication of the withdrawal of gods ever since has been an effective distance in consciousness, awareness of spirit, unseen life force, or field. Consequently, those who wanted to keep or maintain a strong connection with them were given the option of Ichu as a spiritual practice. Let's address some of the purposes and spiritual benefits of Ichu in Odinani. We have already established that it is a concept and ritual that enables those who practice it to make sacrificial offerings in many forms for different purposes. So let's provide more instances of its use. Ichu is used to initiate a state of purification, as a rite that metaphysically chases away or removes spiritual dirt or impurities. It makes a way for positive energy in many forms to flow into a person's life by cleansing their path. In this sense, it serves as a purification rite. It serves as a tool for energetic exchange. Whenever Ichu is done, there is an expectation that something negative is taken away or ceases to exist and is replaced with something better that improves the well-being of the person on whose behalf it is done. Ichu is used as a tool for thanksgiving. In this sense, the person sets their intention of gratitude and positive acknowledgement for the manifestation of good things in their life, and they rely on their sacrifice to relate or channel their intentions to their spiritual forces. It serves as a memory or consciousness rejuvenation tool. Ichu makes way for ancestral memories or consciousness that was lost or taken away in the age of Ugachi, but is still very present in the life field of Ijitaka or Ikaka in Demotic Igbo, to stay, flow, or come into a person's life easily. This is one of my personal favorite aspects of Ichu as a practice. The purpose it serves to help us remember, recall, or retain ancestral intelligence. In Igbo spirituality, Aja is a tool that can be used to reevaluate and rebalance an individual's karmic path, or that of their chi. In this case, as Onye or reincarnator. Every person within the Igbo worldview is believed to be accompanied by a guardian force, or reincarnator, who also serves as a chi. This reincarnator may have incurred karmic debts from previous lives, which can impact the individual's current existence. Certain forms of Aja can be employed to address these karmic debts, thereby clearing the path for the individual and aiding their progress in their present life on earth. Kalma, karmic force, can have both negative and positive impacts on a person's life. In its negative form, it can hinder progress due to the individual's own actions or those of their reincarnator, while in its positive form, it can serve as a blessing and a source of strength. With Ichu, certain karmic debts, especially those inherited, can be addressed to aid with a smoother path into a person's life. Items used in Ichu rituals, which range from different types of animals, blood offerings, to all sorts of things, all have their metaphysical and symbolisms, which is beyond the scope of what we intend to cover in this book. What's important is understanding that each item is symbolic. They have things they represent or even totemize interdimensionally. This aspect of symbolism enables certain effects that are in direct relation to the energies the symbols align with to take place or kick into force spiritually. Knowing and understanding the multiple purposes and spiritual benefits Ichu as a spiritual practice in Odinani can have in a person's life is important because being conscious or aware of its possibilities can help its effect become more useful in our lives. Knowing and understanding its possible effects make it easier to be intentional about the practice. We've said some things in some of our other publications about the importance of having intentions set when expecting spiritual results. Ultimately, Nchwaja programs the mind, both figuratively and literally, to expect blessings to come, and it banishes fear of the unknown in people, which results in hope, peace of mind, and mental fortitude. It represents a sort of security from the present and future well-being of those who engage in the ritual frequently. There is a conversation to be had around the ways some of these sacrificial offerings are carried out in this age and time, the required ethics it entails, which we must all be conscious of for our own sakes and that of the environment. But there's not enough room in this book to get into that, maybe in subsequent works. On that note, as ndị Igbo say, ka a na-achụ aja, ka ikpe na-ama ndị mmụọ. The role of animal blood, ọbara, in Odinani, and why ancestors used it. In Odinani, blood, known as ọbara, is very spiritually significant as it represents life itself. Just like water, blood is considered a liquid form of life, carrying the life force of existence within its plasma. It is used in various rituals and ceremonies to infuse life into objects that are not naturally alive, such as an alusi, deity totems, ofo, staff of authority, ikenga totems, Agwu, charms, and other sacred items. Our ancestors, based on their needs at the time, understood that blood could be a bridge between the material and spiritual worlds, a conduit through which life could be simulated and maintained. To truly understand the role of blood in Odinani, it is important to consider its dual nature in the context of rituals. Blood contains plasma and platelets. Each of them esoterically represents different aspects of existence. Plasma, the liquid component of blood, is a reflection of the life force behind Mmuo, spirit. It represents the ethereal and intangible qualities of life. It is the plasma that gives blood its life-giving properties, making it a powerful tool in spiritual rituals. On the other hand, platelets are more reflective of the uniting force behind Mmadu, human. It represents the physical and corporal aspect of existence. Together, these components make blood a unique substance that connects the spiritual and physical realms. How animal blood is used in Odinani. In the traditional Igbo way of life, animal blood was and still is used in various spiritual practices to honor the ancestors, deities, and the land itself. The act of spilling blood is a deeply symbolic gesture, meant to acknowledge the life force that sustains all living beings and to communicate with the unseen worlds. Infusing life into sacred objects. Blood is used to infuse life into objects that are considered sacred but are not naturally alive. For example, when consecrating a totem, blood is poured on these objects to imbue them with life force, necessary for them to carry out their spiritual functions. This act symbolizes the transfer of life force from the animal to the object, making it a living entity in the spiritual sense. Offering to the ancestors and spirits. Our ancestors killed their own meat, which means that bloodshed was an inherent part of their daily lives. In the process of preparing meat, the blood of the animal was usually collected and offered to the ancestors and spirits. This was done as a way of honoring the non-living members of the family, to make sure that they were remembered and respected. The living members would consume the meat while the blood was poured on altars, sacred trees, or directly on the earth as an offering. This act was always accompanied by a prayer or intention, asking for blessings, protection, and guidance from the ancestors and deities. No part of the animal serving as meat was wasted. Symbolic representation of life. In many rituals, Animal blood is used to symbolize the essence of life. When they offered blood, our ancestors were acknowledging the life force that flows through all beings and were making a connection with the spiritual world. This practice reinforced the idea that life is sacred and that the physical and spiritual worlds are inherently connected. In Igbo culture, the act of spilling blood is not taken lightly and is governed by specific cultural practices and gender roles. For instance, bloodshed is typically not committed by premenopausal women. This is rooted in the belief that women, particularly those who have not yet reached menopause, are already closely connected to the mysteries of life and death through their menstrual cycles and the potential for childbirth. Therefore, the responsibilities of spilling blood, especially in ritual context, usually falls to men, who are called upon to assist in the killing aspect. The act of spilling animal blood in ritual context is not seen as an act of violence but as a sacred duty. This is why the very act in itself is done with intention, and in ancient times it was done with ritual precision that communicated with the animal in question and caused it the least amount of pain. It is a way of acknowledging the connection between all life and the responsibility of humans to maintain balance in the universe. When animal blood is shed, it is done with reverence and a deep understanding of its spiritual implications. The offering of animal blood to the ancestors, deities, and the land is a way of making sure that the life force continues to flow, nourishing both the physical and spiritual worlds. In Odinani, animal blood is a liquid form of life itself, carrying the energy that powers existence within its plasma. Through the ritual use of animal blood, our ancestors were able to infuse life into sacred objects, honor the ancestors and spirits, and maintain the balance between the physical and spiritual worlds. The practice of spilling animal blood was governed by specific cultural practices and gender roles, making sure that it was done with utmost reverence and respect. Being aware of the role of the blood in Odinani can help us gain insights into the deep spiritual wisdom of our ancestors and the sacredness of life in all its forms. It can also help us understand the core principles behind the practice, which can help those interested in pioneering alternative systems come up with precise innovations that can move us forward as a collective. Chapter 9. The concept of Chi in Igbo Cosmology, Onye bu Chi. Chi is a multifaceted force and concept that permeates all aspects of existence in Igbo cosmology. It is both complex and simple, as it is a force that embodies the essence of life and destiny for every individual and everything in nature. To truly understand Chi is to gain insight into the core of Igbo spiritual beliefs and practices. At its core, Chi is the personal life force and spirit of every individual. It is a person's internal divinity, the divine essence within everyone and everything. This concept is not limited to humans. Everything in nature has a Chi, giving meaning and purpose to its existence. Chi is the unique yet widespread element that connects all of creation. In Igbo spirituality, a person's essential life force is their Chi, which is also intertwined with their reincarnator, Onye, making their Onye an indistinguishable part of their Chi and an integral aspect of their spiritual identity. Additionally, the market day, that is, Eke, Orie, Afo, Nkwo, which a person is born on, and their Agwu, spiritual calling, are crucial components of their Chi, reflecting the deep connection between their life force and their spiritual journey. Chi as a personal entity. Each person's Chi is unique, serving as their personal force, spirit, and guide. Chi is the element that shapes our destiny, determines our purpose, and influences each person's path in life. Chi as the initiating force. Chi is the spark that animates existence, initiating and driving life both within and all around us. It is the highest form of knowledge accessible to each person and the embodiment of each person's higher self. Chi and duality. Chi is one side of a duality of life as it is in the universe, with Ekwe being the other aspect. This principle of duality is central to Igbo cosmology, as it represents the balance and interplay between different aspects of existence. Chi, spirit, the initiating and animating force existing within the realm of potentiality and possibility. Ekwe, matter, the reality, the effect, and the manifestation of Chi's energy in the physical world. Within the realm Chi occupies, everything is in a state of potentiality, while within the realm of Ekwe, everything is in a state of actualization. The role of Chi in life. Chi plays a pivotal role in every aspect of life, from birth to death and everything in between. It is the force that drives destiny, and it is equally the catalyst for both good and bad events in a person's life. Destiny and purpose. Your Chi determines why you are here and how you came to be. It controls the timing of your birth and death, and the events that shape your life. Communication with Chi. In Odinani, Chi is the first force which a person prays or communicates their heart desires to. All communications from other spiritual forces must pass through one's Chi to reach the individual. Obi-Chi, the sacred space. Obi-Chi is a dedicated space for communicating with one's Chi. This sacred space, which can be as simple as an altar, evolves as a person grows. It is a focal point for meditation, prayer, and spiritual alignment, ensuring that one has a direct connection with their Chi or a space to honor it. Alignment with Chi. When a person is in proper alignment with their Chi, their creativity and life force flows effortlessly. This alignment is very important for achieving one's highest potential and living a balanced life. This is why in Odinani, the event that takes the most priority when a person is finding their way back to the ancestral path is being in alignment with their Chi. Chi is described as a personal spiritual force or guardian spirit in Igbo cosmology. It is the divine spark within each individual, a unique aspect of the Creator, Nechukwu, that guides and influences one's destiny. The concept of Chi integrates multiple aspects of existence. It is the life force of source energy that permeates all things in the spiritual and material worlds. To be aligned with this energy is to be at peace with one's self. Receiving messages from Chi. There are several ways to receive messages and guidance from one's Chi. Some of them include dreams, usually seen as a direct line of communication with the spiritual realm. Divination, using traditional or contemporary methods to interpret the will and guidance of Chi. Intuition, trusting the inner voice and feelings that come from deep within. Meditation, quieting the mind to connect more deeply with Chi and receive insights. Chi in names and culture. The importance of Chi is reflected in many Igbo names, which usually include Chi to signify the divine connection and guidance in an individual's life. This cultural practice underscores the significance of Chi in shaping identity and destiny. There are so many examples of these kinds of names, ranging from Onye Chi, Chidimma, Chidebere, Chinonso, Chinalumogwu, Chika, Chioma, Chizaram, Chikeluba, Odinakachi, and so many more. Igbo proverbs on Chi. There are also many notable Igbo proverbs related to Chi. Let's mention a few. Chi onye adịghị n'ezu, ihe anaghị eme ya. A person whose Chi did not conspire against them has no reason to fear anything. Mmadụ anaghị akarịchi ya. A person cannot be greater than their chi. Mmadụ bụ chi ibe ya. Humans are chi, destiny helpers to each other. Onye Ekwe, chi ya ekwe. When a person makes up their mind on anything, their chi will be in agreement. Onye buru chi ụzọ, ọ gbagba onwe ya n'ọsọ. Anyone who tries to overtake their chi will outrun themselves. Onye chi ya akwatụghị, enweghị ihe na-eme ya. One who their chi did not pull down will remain unharmed. Ụwa bụ afịa, onye zụsịa, ọ nakwụrụ chi. The world is a grand market. After trading, one returns to chi. Chi in Igbo cosmology is the very essence of life and existence. It represents the interdimensional and intricate connection of all things, the balance between potential and manifestation, and the guiding force behind each person's destiny. Understanding and aligning with one's chi is important for living a fulfilled and purposeful life. Through dreams, intuition, divination, and meditation, one can receive guidance and maintain a harmonious relationship with their chi, ensuring a life of balance, creativity, and spiritual fulfillment. Chi is the cosmic signature of our Creator in all things. Chi as a multi-dimensional force. In Odinani, the concept of chi encompasses multiple layers of existence and influence. Chi plays a pivotal role in the life of every individual. Understanding chi in its various multidimensional forms helps one connect deeply with the spiritual essence and navigate their life journey with great insight and purpose. In this section, let's discuss chi as a life force, spiritual calling, energy of the market day of birth, reincarnator, and divine force in flesh. Chi as a life force. At its core, chi is a life force that animates and sustains every living being. It is the essence that connects each person to their greater cosmos, ensuring that one's spiritual and physical aspects are in harmony. This life force is believed to influence one's health, vitality, and overall physical as well as spiritual well-being, making it crucial to maintain a strong and positive connection with one's chi. Chi as Agwu, spiritual calling. Chi also manifests as Agwu, the spiritual calling or innate gifts that each person possesses. This aspect of chi is linked to one's purpose, destiny, and talents. It guides each person towards fulfilling their unique roles in life. Recognizing and being in alignment with one's Agwu is essential to personal growth and spiritual fulfillment, as it aligns and synchronizes one's actions with their divine mission. Chi as the energy of market day. In Igbo culture, the market day one is born on, Eke, Orie, Afo, or Nkwo, has a significant influence on their chi. Each market day carries specific energies and attributes that shape an individual's character and destiny. Understanding the energy associated with one's market day helps in harnessing these attributes positively and navigating life's challenges effectively. For example, those born on Orie can choose to do most of their spiritual practices on that day, etc. Chi as Onye, reincarnator. Chi as Onye pertains to the concept of reincarnation. It reflects the belief that the soul undergoes multiple lifetimes, each influenced by the lessons and experiences of previous incarnations. This aspect of chi symbolizes the continuity of the soul's journey and the accumulation of spiritual wisdom across lifetimes. In Igbo spirituality, one's chi is also ingrained with their reincarnator, known as Onye. This aspect of reincarnation helps in understanding recurring patterns and challenges one is bound to face or confront, offering insight for personal and spiritual development. Recognizing your Onye can help expose and identify how it affects your current life. Reflect on patterns, challenges, and strengths that seem to recur in your life, as these may be linked to past lives. Seeking spiritual guidance and performing rituals available in Odinani can help address unresolved issues from previous incarnations and move forward on your spiritual journey. Chi as Ekwe, the dual part of manifest reality, divine force in manifestation. Chi as Ekwe represents the dual nature of manifest reality, where the divine force is embodied in physical form. This dimension of Chi acknowledges that the divine presence exists within each person, making every person a reflection of the Creator. Recognizing Chi as Ekwe involves recognizing one's inherent divinity and striving to continuously manifest it through righteous actions and spiritual growth. Practical ways to communicate with Chi. Connecting with one's Chi requires conscious efforts and spiritual practices. Let's consider some practical steps to establish and strengthen this connection. Alignment ritual. Conduct an alignment ritual to connect with your Chi. This could simply be using any of the natural elements like water or earth, or other tools to call on your Chi and ritually accept its existence in your life. Daily Mmuo and meditations. Set aside time each day to communicate with your Chi through Mmuo and meditations. Make seeking guidance and clarity from your Chi a habit. Libations and acknowledgement. Perform regular libations, this can be done with water, and offer symbolic acknowledgements to honor your Chi. Ritual cleansings. Engage in spiritual cleansing rituals to remove negative energies and enhance your connection with your Chi. Journaling and reflection. Keep a journal to document your thoughts, dreams, and spiritual experiences to help you discern messages from your Chi. Seek guidance from elders and priests. Consult with knowledgeable elders and spiritual practitioners who can provide insights and rituals on how to deepen your connection with your Chi. Divination. Use of personal divination methods such as pendulum divination and kola nut divination can be a way to communicate directly with one's Chi. Use of general specific divinations through diviners can also be another way to hear from your Chi. Chi is a multi-dimensional force that encompasses various aspects of life and spirituality in Igbo cosmology. Understanding and connecting with your Chi in its different dimensions as a life force, spiritual calling, market day energy, reincarnator, and divine force in flesh can improve your spiritual practices and lead a more fulfilled and purposeful life. Onye, the role of a reincarnator. In Odinani, the concept of reincarnation is integral to understanding the cycle of life and death. The presence of Onye is central to this belief, as it refers to the reincarnator who embodies the continuous journey of a soul through various lifetimes. Onye, referring to a reincarnating spirit that serves as a guide for each person in their current lifetime, is equally an intricate aspect of a person's Chi in Odinani. Reincarnation, Ilowa or Inowa, is the belief in Igbo culture in the rebirth of a soul into a new body after death. It is a belief which has fascinated humanity for centuries. In ancient times, Igbo ancestors, Ndu Shiegede or Ndaku Lolobi, developed various methods to identify individuals believed to be reincarnated souls. Those reincarnated souls were known as Chiuwa or Onye. We will explore some of the techniques they used for this discovery later on in this chapter. The concept of reincarnation suggests that souls may experience multiple lifetimes, each contributing to their spiritual growth and evolution. Reincarnators are usually regarded with reverence and curiosity in Igbo culture, as their existence embodies the belief in the eternal cycle of life and death, which also implies that their very existence can interfere with the life of a person in the present. Onye Loluwa, which loosely translates to one who returns to the world, refers to a soul that reincarnates into the physical world after death. This belief is rooted in the Igbo view that life is cyclical and death is merely a transition rather than a final end. Onye plays an important role in maintaining the continuity of this cycle, carrying forward the legacy, wisdom, and unfinished business of past lives into the current one. In Igbo cosmology, life and death are seen as continuous and cyclical processes, where each life phase has immense spiritual significance. Onye, as a reincarnating spirit, is central to this cycle, as it ensures the knowledge and spiritual lessons are passed down through generations. This cyclical process is believed to support the spiritual evolution of the soul and the collective wisdom of the community. Roles and responsibilities of Onye. Spiritual continuity. Onye bridges past and present lives, bringing forth knowledge and spiritual insight that have been accumulated over multiple lifetimes. This continuity is important for the spiritual health and identity of the community, as it strengthens the link between ancestors and current generations. Karmic resolution. One of the fundamental roles of Onye is to resolve karmic debts from previous lives. This involves correcting past mistakes and fulfilling unmet obligations, which is believed to purify the soul and advance its spiritual progress. Cultural preservation. Through the process of reincarnation, Onye contributes to the preservation of cultural values, traditions, and practices. The reincarnator ensures that cultural heritage is maintained and adapted appropriately across generations by embodying the spirits of ancestors. Mediation between worlds. Onye acts as a mediator between the spiritual and physical world. This role is important during community rituals and private spiritual practices where the guidance of ancestors is sought after. Guidance. Onye serves as a spiritual guide, using deep ancestral knowledge and experience to advise the person it is assigned to. This guidance is particularly important in helping us understand complex life situations, interpret spiritual signs, and make decisions that align with both their personal destiny and communal responsibility. Signs and recognition of Onye. Identifying a reincarnator or Onye within the community typically involves recognizing certain signs and characteristics that indicate a deep spiritual connection or resemblance to known ancestors. These may include physical resemblance. Striking physical similarities to a deceased relative can be a sign of reincarnation. This can include birthmarks. Behavioral traits. Exhibiting behaviors, skills, or preferences that closely mirror those of departed family members. Spiritual signs. Experiencing dreams or visions related to past lives or having the innate understanding of certain spiritual truths and practices. While traditional beliefs in reincarnation remain strong, contemporary interpretations of Onye also consider psychological and metaphorical dimensions of reincarnation. For some, the concept of Onye symbolizes the psychological imprint of ancestors on one's personality, rather than a literal reincarnation. While for others, the concept of Onye can barely be distinguished from the concept of Chi. The modern view, which combines both views, can allow people to explore the influence of genetic memory and familial traits on their personal and spiritual development. The concept of Onye in Odinani offers a nuanced view of life, death, and rebirth. It underscores the connection between all phases of life, the importance of fulfilling one's duties, and the value of ancestral wisdom. Onye enriches the Igbo understanding of the soul's journey and highlights the immense impact of ancestral heritage on living communities. This belief not only deepens the spiritual life of Igbo people, but also provides a broader perspective on the cycles of life that resonates universally across different cultures and beliefs. 4 ancient techniques used in discovering Onye. Number 1. Birthmarks and body scars. Ancient Igbo ancestors observed birthmarks or body scars as potential indicators of reincarnation. These physical markings were believed to be remnants of past lives, serving as clues to the identity of the reincarnated soul. However, the prevalence of mortuary practices in modern times in Igbo land has influenced this belief or process, as it has become known by Dibias who interrogate such phenomena that embalming or cosmetic procedures done on a corpse can alter or conceal such markings. Despite this, birthmarks and scars remain significant symbols when searching for clues around a person's chihuwa, as they can still offer glimpses into the soul's journey from the previous life into the current one. In some cases, like with certain Ogbanje children, body scars are inflicted intentionally to leave a trace to identify the soul when it returns to the same family. Number 2. Afa divination and maternal instinct. Divination always plays a crucial role in identifying chihuwa in ancient Igbo societies. Specific kinds of divination practices such as Igba Afa were used to communicate with the spiritual realm and seek guidance on matters of reincarnation. Diviners, Dibia Afa, would consult the oracle before or after the birth of a child, interpreting signs and omens to determine if the newborn possessed the soul of a previous individual from within or outside the lineage. Additionally, the mother's intuition and connection to the unborn child was highly regarded and valued, as mothers were believed to be able to have more insights than anyone else into the reincarnated soul's identity. Number 3. Promises made before death. In Igbo culture, it is common for people, especially elders, to make promises or declarations before their death regarding their reincarnation. These premonitions were taken seriously by the community in the past and served as indicators of future rebirth. Family members or close associates would recall those promises and actively seek out the reincarnated person, guided by the belief that the soul would fulfill the pledge in the next life. Number 4. Calling out through the sun. Ancient Igbo tradition also used the sun, Anyanwu Tutu, as a means of summoning a person's chi or onye to identify itself. It was believed that the soul of the deceased could communicate through the energy of the sun when summoned in the right way, guiding loved ones to its reincarnated form or revealing itself to the person the soul is joined with. This spiritual connection with the sun goes to show the belief in Igbo cosmology that the sun as a living being serves as a portal or channel into the spirit realm. Some basic rules regarding Onye in Igbo communities. The person embodying an Onye is advised to avoid looking into or discussing the circumstances of their previous life's death, particularly if it was unnatural. The person embodying an Onye must refrain from attending or partaking in the burial rituals of their Onye or those with whom they share the same reincarnator, in cases where that applies. The person embodying an Onye should not be shown or allowed to visit the burial site of their predecessor. To ensure a smoother and more prosperous life, the person embodying an Onye should steer clear of the taboos and practices their predecessor avoided, especially if their Onye held a respected or titled position before death. Beliefs about people having multiple or shared Onye vary among the Igbo community. While some communities believe in shared reincarnators, others dismiss this notion entirely. In rare instances, one person may even be associated with more than one Onye. In ancient Igbo culture, identifying a person's reincarnator was very important as it offered valuable insight into their karmic path in this lifetime. This knowledge enabled families and communities to support the person in fulfilling their destinies and provided clarity on the various personalities such a person might exhibit involuntarily. This was why the primary rule and priority for any newborn child was to ascertain their origin or spiritual lineage. In conclusion, the discovery of Chiuwa or Onyowa by Igbo ancestors in ancient times was a sacred process rooted in Odinani. The goal of recalling these 4 fascinating methods in this section is so we can all gain more insight into the deep reverence and understanding our ancestors held for the mysteries of life and death. While modern perspectives may differ, the legacy of the ancient practices continue to inspire curiosity, and they remain relevant to fully realizing the eternal journey of the human soul. 5 ways you can recharge your chi energy. Number 1. Breath control. Deep conscious breathing. Deep conscious breathing involves taking slow, deep breaths, engaging the abdominal muscles and diaphragm to breathe instead of shallow chest breathing. It is a mindful exercise that allows for better oxygen supply to the tissues and cells in our bodies, leading to increased energy and vitality in our life force. We can practice deep conscious breathing anywhere. All it takes is becoming conscious of our breathing and taking mindful control of that process from time to time. It is better still to dedicate a separate amount of time, preferably some quiet time, when one can focus solely on this exercise and mentally focus mainly on this idea of recharging chi energy with life, while taking conscious deep breaths. This practice can equally be used as a therapeutic approach to improve one's health and well-being. Number 2. Early morning sun baths. Anyanwụ ụtụtụ, early morning sunlight, or the rising sun, in Igbo spirituality, is believed to have a powerful spiritual energy that can help balance the energy centers within the human being. Anyanwụ ụtụtụ refers to sunshine that illuminates the world in the early hours of the morning up until midday, noon. It is a significant aspect of Igbo spirituality and culture, representing the spiritual power and beauty of the sun, as well as its life-giving and sustaining force as a natural element. Early morning sunbathing has been present as an ancient indigenous wellness practice, especially when it comes to the idea of feeding or revitalizing one's chi with energy source. Within Odinani, it entails the practitioner covering their skin with unzu powder and sitting under the early morning sun for a couple of minutes in mindful meditation as a way to revive and recharge one's inner self as well as higher self. In addition to its spiritual significance, early morning sunbathing has several physical health benefits, including getting a daily dose of vitamin D, improving skin health, boosting mood, and strengthening bones and the immune system. It is important to note that sunbathing should be done properly by avoiding prolonged exposure during peak hours to prevent skin damage and other health risks. This is why Anyanwụ ụtụtụ, early morning sun, is specifically recommended for the practice and not the sunshine available in the course of the whole day. Number 3. Chanting and incantations. Chanting is a spiritual practice that involves rhythmic, repetitive singing or speaking of sounds and phrases, either vocally or mentally, while incantations are a spiritual practice that involves the use of rhythmically organized words of power that are chanted, spoken, or written to accomplish a desired goal by binding spiritual powers to act in a favorable way. They both involve rhythmic use of words in a language to cause energy to move in our favor. The right combination of words, in a ritualistic and rhythmic fashion, channel towards revitalizing one's chi by calling upon a Zumezu Mmuo, collective of spirit guides, including natural elements, to help achieve that goal, can be used as an effective way to revitalize one's chi. Number 4. Ritual way of offerings. This method is largely based on cultural context. Each indigenous community, even within Igbo society, have different centralized ways to ritually feed a person's life force, their chi. Cultural context refers to the social and cultural environment in which a person's life, including their values, beliefs, customs, and language that shape their experiences, as well as their behaviors and realities, are formed. It is a framework that provides meaning and context to the communication and interaction of humans within a specific region with the abstract, that's unseen forces, that affect the environment directly as a result of their collective agreement or covenants, or that of their progenitors, with those forces as it impacts their lives. It can unconsciously influence how people perceive or respond to different situations, including the tools or specific methods they engage to execute spiritual practices. It is the reason why a tool might work for one person within a culture and not work for someone else. With this said, there are some general ritualistic ways within Odinani to feed one's chi, which involve the use of a part of a sacred plant. Example, the Ogilishi plant, either a branch or its leaf. Using it as an external contact to call on one's chi and serving whatever follows on its surface. Example, presenting unzu, sacred white chalk, oji, kola nut, mmanya, drinks, nchwaja, sacrifice with animal form of life or regular food or fruit offerings, to one's chi as a way to feed it with cosmic energy. Number 5. Taking good care of mind and body. Being intentional about nourishment, watching what one feeds their mind and body, can be a good active way of recharging one's life force. One of the best ways to feed your chi is through yourself. The human self and body is the highest channel that chi occupies in this realm. It is the highest shrine, the highest form of technology for communication with the higher self and its revitalization. If we can take good care of ourselves and watch how we nourish our minds and bodies, our chi can consequently thrive. There is a belief attached to this, also within the frame of cultural context, which is that the more a person keeps to their nso, the more their chi will thrive. Nso is a dual concept, where one meaning has a negative connotation, referring to avoidance or prohibition. That is, certain things a person should not engage in based on their cultural beliefs, context, or life path, while the other meaning has a positive connotation, referring to holy or sacred. That is, certain ways a person should preserve their essence or ways of being they should maintain for themselves. Again, sometimes based on their cultural context or life path, or even personal choices, as we have discussed earlier. The concept of nso is used in various contexts, including purification rites, and especially as personal devotion to godliness. It can be used in this sense to recharge or preserve one's chi energy. We suggest that a combination of some of these methods, by being consistent with Igbo chi, Igbo Ofo, and Igbo Mmuo, personal meditation practices in Odinani can help anyone keep their chi, life force, fed, recharged, and revitalized with divine cosmic energy. These practices yield practical results due to the law of energy contribution, which is a cosmic law applied within indigenous realities, which we have theorized concisely everywhere. Nso as a way to feed your chi. Nso is often misunderstood as simply a set of restrictive rules, but in reality, it can serve a much deeper purpose: feeding and nourishing your chi, your life force energy. Your chi, as we have stated earlier, is the spiritual force that guides your destiny, influences your decisions, and shapes your experiences. It is the most personal and intimate aspect of your spirituality, a connection between you and the cosmic mind of the universe, known as Etu or Uchechukwu. To keep your chi strong, aligned, and receptive to your needs and desires, it is important to adhere to certain taboos, or nso or iwu, which are sacred to you and your chi, and may differ from person to person. What does it mean to feed your chi? Feeding your chi means nurturing, recharging, and empowering the energy of your spiritual essence to make sure that it remains active and beneficial in your life. Just as you feed your physical body to keep it healthy, feeding your chi involves maintaining a spiritual diet, one that is rich in reverence, observance, and conscious alignment with divine principles. When you adhere to your Nso, you are offering spiritual sustenance to your chi. This act of respect and discipline keeps your chi strong to guide you effectively and protect you from harm. It is through these taboos that you communicate your dedication, loyalty, and love to your chi, which in turn energizes and fortifies it to work in your favor. The significance of Nso in feeding your chi. Spiritual discipline. Nso represents the boundaries within which your spiritual discipline must operate. Observing these boundaries is less about restriction and more about channeling your spiritual energy in a way that is most beneficial to you. Every Nso you follow is a conscious decision to align with the sacred energy of your chi, to feed it with positive energy through your adherence. Energetic exchange. When you adhere to your Nso, you engage in a reciprocal relationship with your chi. This is an energetic exchange where your respect and discipline feed the chi, and in return, the chi provides you with guidance, protection, and blessings. This exchange keeps your spiritual energy in harmony, and it makes sure that your path remains clear and prosperous. Protection and guidance. Following your Nso ensures that you stay within the protective sphere of your chi. Violating these taboos weakens the connections and can lead to spiritual misalignment, opening you up to negative influences. You are effectively feeding your chi with the energy it needs to safeguard your life and steer you towards the true purpose by keeping your Nso. Personal alignment. Nso is highly personal and unique to each person. What might be a taboo for one person may not be for another. This individuality reflects the unique relationship between you and your chi. When you are aware and respectful of your specific Nso, you are honoring the specific needs and characteristics of your chi, which in turn keeps you aligned with your true self and purpose. How to keep your Nso or Iwu and feed your chi. Know your Nso. The first step in feeding your chi is to understand what Nso applies to you. This can be discovered through spiritual divination, guidance from elders, or personal observation of what affects you positively or negatively. Your community, family lineage, and personal experiences will all contribute to what is considered sacred to you. Conscious observance. Once you know your Nso, it is important to observe them consciously. This means integrating these practices into your daily life, not out of fear, but out of reverence and a desire to maintain spiritual harmony. Spiritual reflection. Regularly check on your relationship with your chi. Are you following your Nso? How does adhering to these taboos make you feel? Use this reflection to deepen your connection with your chi and adjust your practices as needed to maintain that connection. Express gratitude. Regularly express gratitude to your chi for the guidance and protection it offers. This can be through prayers, offerings, or simply living in a way that honors your Nso. Seek spiritual support. If you find it difficult to adhere to Nso or feel disconnected from your chi, seek guidance from a spiritual leader or dibia, traditional healer. They can provide insights and rituals to help you realign with your chi and reinforce your spiritual discipline. In conclusion, Nso is a spiritual practice that can feed and nourish your chi. When you keep it, you maintain a strong, harmonious relationship with your divine essence, making sure that it continues to guide, protect, and bless you throughout your life. This sacred observance is a cornerstone of Odinani. It offers a path to personal empowerment, spiritual fulfillment, and alignment with the cosmic order. Chapter 10. Agwu as the divine guide within. In Odinani, the concept of Agwu stands as a fundamental aspect of human existence and spiritual understanding. Agwu represents the force within each person that connects them to cosmic consciousness, known in Igbo thoughts as Etu or Uchechukwu. Agwu is a spiritual force or energy present within each person. It serves as a link between human mind and the universal mind of the Creator, Nechukwu Okeke. This universal mind is usually referred to as Etu or Uchechukwu. The connection established by Agwu in each person imbues them with consciousness, sentience, and an innate wisdom that transcends ordinary understanding. Agwu is considered the natural seat of knowing, a core aspect of one's essence and being that provides intuitive insight and direction. The roles and functions of Agwu. Source of consciousness and wisdom. Agwu is fundamentally linked to the flow of cosmic wisdom and consciousness. It is through Agwu that everyone can gain access to divine knowledge and understanding, which allows them to navigate life with insight and foresight. This attribute makes Agwu a vital element in decision-making and spiritual discernment. Guidance for natural and human forces. Beyond personal guidance, Agwu is believed to orchestrate and influence broader natural and human forces. This role involves guiding the destinies of people and communities, as well as interfacing with the natural world to maintain balance and harmony. Agwu's ability to see and know all makes it an essential mediator and regulator of spiritual and physical realms. Keeper of purpose. Each person's purpose and destiny are safeguarded by their Agwu. This spiritual entity ensures that one's life path aligns with their divine blueprint, helping to steer people towards their ultimate purposes in life. Agwu's role as the keeper of purpose is central to the Igbo belief in a predestined life path that each person is born to fulfill. The dual nature of Agwu. Agwu is not only a guide and a protector, but also possesses a dual nature that manifests as both benevolent and challenging. This duality is important to understand for personal growth and development. Benevolent aspect. In its benevolent form, Agwu provides wisdom, protection, and guidance, which helps each person to achieve their best selves and fulfill their divine purposes. Challenging aspect. Agwu can also represent challenges and obstacles when a person is not properly aligned to the spiritual force. These are not necessarily meant to harm, but to strengthen and teach, to impact resilience, encourage learning, and spiritual evolution. To ultimately bring the person faced with such challenges into perfect alignment with their purpose in life. Engaging with Agwu. Engagement with Agwu is an essential practice in Odinani. It involves practices such as rituals and offerings. Specific rituals are conducted to honor Agwu, to seek its guidance and blessings. Offerings may include kola nut, food, or libations, depending on the culture of each community, which are presented to appease and communicate with Agwu. Divination. Diviners or dibias usually invoke Agwu during sessions to gain insight into a person's challenges, purposes, and spiritual path. Personal reflection and meditation. Everyone is encouraged to meditate and reflect on their actions and thoughts to enable a deeper connection with their Agwu. More should be done to improve self-awareness and spiritual clarity. Agwu is a pivotal concept in Igbo spirituality. It embodies the deep connection between the individual and the cosmic consciousness. As the source of wisdom, guidance, and purpose, Agwu plays a key role in not only guiding each person through their personal journey, but also in maintaining the equilibrium of natural and spiritual forces. Being aware of and engaging with Agwu can lead to spiritual awakening and a fulfilled life aligned with one's divine purpose. Through this spiritual entity, ancient Igbos found the means to navigate the complexities of life and the challenges of the human condition. Agwu as Agwa, character in Odinani. In Odinani, the concept of Agwu, one's spiritual calling, and Agwa, one's character, intertwine to offer philosophical insight into the connection between personal development and destiny. Agwu, usually associated with the spirit of divination and faith, and Agwa, meaning character or behavior, together illustrate a fundamental principle: our past actions and character shape our future. Agwu is not just a spiritual entity, but also a symbol of the intrinsic forces that influence human behavior, fate, and destiny. It represents the hidden complexities of the mind and spirit that drive our actions and decisions. Agwa, on the other hand, refers to one's character or moral fiber, which is seen as the cumulative result of one's choices and actions over time. The interplay between Agwu and Agwa in Igbo philosophy suggests that character is both the result of spiritual influences and a determinant of future realities. In essence, character can be viewed as a conscious algorithm, a set of programmed responses and behaviors that dictate how we interact with the world and ultimately shape our life's path. One of the foundational beliefs in Igbo philosophy is that to navigate one's future effectively, one must first understand and come to terms with the past. This perspective holds that our past actions, decisions, and experiences are not isolated incidents. They are the building blocks of our future. Every choice we make is a thread in the fabric of our destiny, woven through the loom of our character. When we reflect on our past behaviors and outcomes, we can gain valuable insights into the patterns that may be governing our lives. This process of reflection is similar to reading a personal history book, where each chapter explains the why and how of one's current circumstances. The notion that fixing one's past can improve one's future is central to the concept of Agwu as Agwa. In practical terms, this involves a process of introspection, acknowledgement of past mistakes, and conscious efforts to rectify them. This process is not about changing the past, but about understanding and transforming its influence on the future. This, in part, is what the indigenous ritual known as Ilu Agwu seeks to address in the life of every Igbo person with a spiritual calling. Revisiting past experiences with the aim of learning and growing changes the algorithm of Agwa. It allows for the reprogramming of character in ways that promote better outcomes. Forgiveness, reparation, and positive behavior changes are all part of the recalibration of one's character. Character can be likened to a conscious algorithm that determines life manifestation. Just as a computer algorithm operates based on coded instructions, character guides behavior based on ingrained moral and ethical codes. This analogy underscores the importance of actively shaping one's character to influence future realities positively. Every action, thought, and decision feeds into this algorithm, either reinforcing existing patterns or creating new ones. Therefore, consciously cultivating virtues like honesty, resilience, compassion, and integrity can set the foundation for a future that reflects these qualities. In Odinani, the concept of Agwu and Agwa provides a powerful framework for understanding how character shapes destiny. We can take active steps to cultivate a character that aligns with the life we aspire to lead by acknowledging that our character is both a product of our past and a blueprint for our future. This process of character refinement is ongoing and requires constant vigilance and commitment. However, the rewards are profound, as a refined character not only improves one's life all round, but also contributes to the well-being of the community and the continuity of cultural values. Agwu, deific insanity. In Odinani, a unique concept known as Agwu exists. It can be translated as deific insanity or spiritual madness. This condition is not just a manifestation of mental imbalance, but is deeply rooted in the spiritual practices and beliefs of an Igbo person. Agwu is understood as a pattern of illness or misfortune that occurs when a person chosen by the spiritual force known as Agwu resists or neglects their spiritual calling to serve as a healer or to assume other traditional responsibilities. The primary intent of Agwu is not to punish, but to provide the choosing individual with time for introspection and a reconsideration of their life path. It is a form of spiritual intervention designed to prompt the person to accept their calling, which usually involves becoming a dibia of some sort or assuming a significant cultural or spiritual role within the community. When one resists this calling, the spiritual forces, particularly Agwu, may induce a state of personal disorder characterized by mental imbalance and signs of irresponsibility or physical unwellness to compel the person to realign with their destined path. Agwu is often misunderstood and misrepresented, especially when viewed through the lens of Western non-indigenous or Christian perspectives. Many mistakenly perceive it as a form of devilish harassment or as an indication that the chosen person is possessed by a spirit of madness. However, in Igbo spirituality, this condition is recognized as a potent warning, a sign that the person must heed the spiritual obligations to restore balance in their life. The consequences of ignoring Agwu. If a person continues to resist their spiritual calling, Agwu may persist, leading to prolonged episodes of mental imbalance or misfortune. The infliction is not permanent. It endures only as long as the person remains arrogant or negligent, if they refuse to accept their cultural and spiritual responsibilities. In this sense, Agwu serves as both a warning and a punishment, urging the chosen person to accept their role as a healer or spiritual leader. It is important to note that not everyone called to be a healer or spiritual leader must undergo Agwu. The condition is typically reserved for those who stubbornly resist their spiritual election. For those who willingly accept their calling, especially from a young age, the path to becoming a healer or spiritual guide may be smoother without need for such drastic spiritual intervention. The concept of Agwu is usually misinterpreted by those who are unfamiliar with Igbo spirituality. From a Christian perspective, it is easy to dismiss Agwu as a form of demonic possession or to label it negatively due to its association with mental illness. However, within the context of Igbo culture, Agwu is a respected and recognized phenomenon, which symbolizes the powerful influence of spiritual forces on human life and has nothing to do with the primitive idea of the devil. In some cases, those affected by Agwu may be shunned or ostracized by those who do not understand the spiritual significance. This can lead to further isolation and difficulty in receiving the support needed to realign with their spiritual path. Understanding Agwu requires a deep appreciation of Igbo cosmology, where spiritual forces play a central role in shaping individual destinies and community well-being. Recognizing and addressing Agwu. For those experiencing Agwu, the path to healing involves acknowledging their spiritual calling, Ekwe, and accepting their role within the community. This process may require the guidance of experienced spiritual leaders or healers who can help the person navigate their spiritual journey and fulfill their obligations to the Agwu. In conclusion, Agwu is not a cause or a form of madness to be feared, but rather a spiritual phenomenon that reflects the deep connection between the individual and the divine forces that exist in Odinani. It is a call to action, a reminder that the spiritual and cultural responsibilities of an Igbo person cannot be ignored without consequences. Being aware of this and seeking to resolve Agwu is essential for those who seek to live in harmony with their spiritual heritage and fulfill their true potential. Chapter 11. Onye Ekwe, Ekwe, Destiny in Odinani. The Igbo proverb, Onye Ekwe, Ekwe, suggests that anything you agree to, that you truly believe in, your chi is bound to agree to it, because this is how the cosmic law that guides the subconscious mind, Ikpachi, works. It cannot violate the human will, which is a faculty of the soul which self-determines, inclines, desires, and chooses. The human will is part of what makes us uniquely human. It is a mode that marks and identifies our souls as higher reflections of God, our source. This proverb teaches us the power of our subconscious mind. Your subconscious mind is a part of your mental process that influences your thoughts, emotions, and behavior. Your subconscious mind is the seat of your chi. It is where your chi resides. In fact, if we were to oversimplify the phenomenon, we could say that your subconscious mind is your chi, and the statement would still be correct. Your subconscious mind is a secondary mind system that regulates everything in your life. It is like a huge memory bank that stores everything that ever happens to us, and its capacity is virtually unlimited. It is responsible for all the reactions and automatic actions we can become aware of if we think about them, like our ability to drive a car, or make a meal, or take a shower. Your subconscious mind is subjective and does not think or reason independently. It merely obeys the commands it receives from your conscious mind. It is constantly running programs to control how you walk, sit, breathe, talk, etc. This proverb teaches us that our chi, subconscious mind, is malleable. It teaches that your chi is able to agree to, permit, and accept whatever you embrace, believe, and accept within yourself as your reality. Your chi has the ability to amplify and actualize or manifest whatever you accept for yourself. Onye, Ekwe implies that the future is not set in stone, it is not fixed, and that it can be influenced or changed by various factors. This proverb provides us with the wisdom of multiple possibilities, the knowledge that at any given moment, the future exists as multiple possibilities and can be influenced by our choices and actions. It teaches us that we have the agency and the power to shape our own destiny. In Igbo reality, we have the concept of Onataruchi and Akaraka, which is the concept of destiny, a purpose which each person has derived from their source, Chineke. It is the assigned life purpose given to each individual from their life force to enable them thrive in this lifetime. It is believed that each person's experiences in life is shaped by their personal spirit, their chi, which is believed to be responsible for their fortune or misfortunes in life. Onataruchi, as the concept of destiny, refers to a predetermined or inevitable course of events that will happen in the future within a person's life. But it also holds the idea that it can be shaped and influenced by our choices and actions. It is important not to misplace or misunderstand this concept of destiny. Onataruchi as a concept posits that while certain events in our lives may be predetermined, we have the power to shape our destiny through our thoughts, decisions, and actions, basically through our belief system. It is the one thing in Igbo worldview which it is said about that Dibias, the masters of mystic knowledge and so much more, cannot interfere with or manipulate. This is because it involves the direct relation of a person's life force to their life path. Therefore, no one else but you can intervene in such matters that pertains to your will in direct connection to your life force, which is the greatest expression of God, your primal source within you. A Dibia may be able to move mountains or quite literally turn water into wine. But when it comes to Onataruchi, one's destiny, which involves what is going to happen, what has to happen, or what is meant to be in your life, you are the only one that can save yourself. No one else can do it for you. This concept of destiny has been greatly misunderstood over time because it can be associated with the idea of fate, which suggests that the future has been decided or planned by God or some godlike power. However, Like every other concept in Igbo cosmology, it accounts for the universal principle of polarity and duality. So, this concept of destiny also implies that, inasmuch as fate may be predetermined, we still have some degree of control over our lives and can actively work towards our goals and how we fulfill that fate. Let's provide some more clarity on the principle of polarity and duality, which we just made reference to. In a sense, polarity is movement, while duality is standstill. We do not have to decide between light and darkness. We have both. This principle suggests that everything in the universe has its opposite or counterpart. Polarity refers to the existence of opposites, while duality refers to the experience and integration of those opposites. Understanding the principle of polarity and duality, as our ancestors did, can aid in our spiritual evolution and the expansion of consciousness. Onataruchi, as a concept, also explicitly points to that which we have derived or accepted directly from our source, which is what we have pointed out earlier. And that which we have accepted from our source, at its purest form, is the ability to be just as it is, to be God in this world, co-creators, to be the greatest expression of God in whatever we do. No one else can interfere with that process when it is taken up. People excel the most in those areas where, whether knowingly or unknowingly, they are the most comfortable expressing their greater self, that is, being God. That is also what Onataruchi or Akaraka, one's destined path, is about. When you do find what that area in your life is for you, continue on that path, and no one will be able to interfere. Remember this, as you continue on your life's journey to fulfill your destiny, Onye Ekwe. Chapter 12. Meditation Techniques in Odinani. Meditation means to become familiar with whatever state a person is trying to attain. It has long been revered as a powerful tool for inner peace, spiritual growth, and holistic well-being. In Odinani, contrary to what most people may think, meditation takes on vital significance. The daily practice of being in communion with one's ancestors in Odinani is referred to as Mmuo, where one is expected to enter a state of being in unity with spirit, or to become familiar with the spirit guides. You may also come across the term Igofo in the spiritual practice of Odinani, which virtually represents the same idea. All of this goes to show that the Igbo language itself, used to address the act of communion in Odinani, all points to meditation as necessary state of being for spiritual development. Meditation offers practitioners pathways to connect with divine forces, deepen spiritual insight, and transform their lives. Let's take a look at 3 meditation techniques in Odinani that have the potential to ignite profound shifts in the consciousness and realities of anyone who practices them. Number 1. Meditation. Meditation is a sacred practice that involves chanting the primordial sound of creation, Om. This ancient mantra resonates with the vibrational frequency of the source of the universe, Okeke's energy, aligning practitioners with the cosmic energy that permeates all existence. Through regular practice of meditation, practitioners can experience heightened states of awareness, inner harmony, spiritual alignment, and spiritual enlightenment. They can transcend limitations of the ego and tap into the infinite reservoir of divine wisdom and guidance. In Igbo spirituality, is seen as the purest form of spiritual acknowledgement, which Nechukwu, the supreme creator and source of all things in the universe, gave permission to mankind to use to gain access to source energy. However, there's a distinction made in how the chant applies to the feminine and masculine energies. Om for the feminine principle and Om for the masculine principle. Number 2, Agwu technique. The Agwu technique is a meditation practice focused on Agwu, the divine cosmic energy associated with healing, divination, creative genius, and spiritual guidance in Igbo spirituality. This technique involves conscious breathing and visualization in its advanced form, as practitioners invoke the energy of Agwu to rise and flow within. By channeling the divine energy of Agwu, practitioners can awake dormant potentials within themselves, release blockages, and align with their true purpose and destiny. This meditation technique is a form of Iku, taking in divine breath of life, a mystical practice that ancient Igbo ancestors used in healing all forms of incurable ailments and for restoring instant balance to mind, soul, and body connection. Through consistent practice of the Agwu technique, practitioners can experience profound transformations in their physical, emotional, and spiritual well-being as they attune themselves to the healing currents of divine love and grace. Number 3. Akume Mudras Method. Akume, or mudras, are sacred hand gestures used in meditation to facilitate the flow of energy within the body and harmonize the mind, body, and spirit. In Odinani, Akume patterns can be employed as powerful tools for concentration, visualization, and spiritual attunement. Forming specific hand positions can aid practitioners to activate energy channels, stimulate their chi energy, and access higher states of consciousness. The Akume method offers a direct pathway to connect with divine forces, invoke spiritual protection, and manifest desired outcomes through innate energetic pathways already existing in our bodies. Through consistent use of Akume, practitioners can enhance their meditation experience and deepen their connection with the divine. Exploring and incorporating these techniques we've outlined, such as meditation, the Agwu technique, and Akume or mudras, into our daily lives can help us unlock the hidden depths of our consciousness, tap into the power of divine forces within ourselves, access ancestral wisdom to remember who we are more easily, and manifest our highest potentials. We encourage everyone to pick up at least one meditation practice, and that could include options not listed here. Anything that can help us become more familiar with our higher selves can be turned into a meditation practice. As we go down this path of taking on meditation as a spiritual practice, it is also very important to remember and keep in mind that consistency, repetition, discipline, and dedication are very key factors to unlocking the immense benefits of these meditation practices and experiencing the profound shifts that they can have in our lives and reality. One more thing, in every spiritual practice we undertake, it's very important to wear patience like armor. As you practice meditation, remain patient with yourself. Chapter 13. How to set up a simple Odinani altar. Setting up an Odinani altar is a sacred and personal process, one that reflects your spiritual alignment and journey. The altar is a space for communion with the spiritual world, a place of meditation, offerings, and introspection. It is where you perform rituals, give thanks to the forces of nature, and align yourself with divine energies. Let's outline a step-by-step guide on how to set up your own simple Odinani altar. Choosing your altar space. The first step in setting up an Odinani altar is selecting a space. This could be a dedicated corner in your home, a tabletop, a shelf, or even a spot outdoors. The most important thing is that the space feels sacred to you, away from distractions and comfortable for your rituals and prayers. This space doesn't need to be large or elaborate. What matters is the intention and energy you bring to it. If possible, choose a space where you won't be interrupted if you choose to spend some time there and where you feel a connection with nature or your spiritual guides. Represent the 4 elements. In Odinani, the 4 elements, fire, water, earth, and air are fundamental forces of life. Each element represents a different aspect of creation and balance in the natural and spiritual worlds. Here's how you can incorporate them into your altar. Fire. You can represent fire with candles. Fire is a powerful symbol of transformation, protection, and energy. When lighting a candle on your altar, think of it as igniting the spiritual forces around you or opening up an energetic channel to connect with your energies. Water. A bowl, cup, or vessel of water represents the flow of life, emotions, and the connection to spirits. Water can be used to purify and cleanse, and it's a key element in rituals. You can also refresh this water frequently. Earth. Representing the earth element can be done with stones, crystals, soil, or even a small plant. These symbolize stability, grounding, and connection to ancestors and nature. Earth element brings a sense of balance and help to anchor your energy during rituals. Air. Air can be symbolized by incense, feathers, or an open window near your altar where the breeze can flow. Air represents communication with the unseen, clarity, and intellect. Burning incense during prayers or ritual can amplify the flow of energy and bring a sense of peace. These four elements serve as gateways of invoking energies from the natural world and harmonizing or connecting with spiritual forces. Sacred items for Igbo rituals. Your Odinani altar can also serve as a space to store and honor sacred items used in Igbo spiritual invocation rituals. These might include items like nzu, sacred white chalk, kola nuts, hot drinks or gin, sea salt, alligator pepper, palm oil, etc. These sacred items are used in veneration rituals to establish a stronger spiritual connection between you and the metaphysical world. Totems and symbols. Your altar can also be a mirror of your own inner spiritual path. As such, you can place totems, symbols, or personal items that align with your energy. This might include animal totems. If you feel connected to a specific animal or spirit guide, a small representation of that animal can be placed on your altar as a symbol of strength, guidance, or protection. Crystals and stones. Specific crystals may resonate with you at different points in your journey. Trust your intuition in selecting stones that bring you clarity, healing, or grounding. Personal items. Any item that holds spiritual or emotional significance can be placed on your altar. This could be family heirlooms, gifts from loved ones, or items that have appeared in dreams or meditations. These totems are representations of your spiritual alliances and energies. The more personalized your altar becomes, the stronger your connection to it and the forces it represents. An altar that grows with you. One of the most important aspects to remember about your Odinani altar is that it will evolve. As you grow in your spiritual practice, your altar will grow and change with you. You don't have to get everything perfect from the start. Trust that the components of the space will become clearer as you align more deeply with your spiritual path. Each time you perform a ritual or say a prayer, your altar becomes infused with that energy, making it a more potent place for future practices. Over time, as you become more in tune with your energies, you'll be guided to add or rearrange elements, bringing your altar closer to reflecting your personal journey. Trust your intuition. Setting up an Odinani altar is not about strict rules. It's about creating a space that resonates with your spirit. As much as tradition and ancestral wisdom can guide you, your intuition plays a key role. Listen to what feels right to you. This could be the placement of items, the choice of symbols, or even the color of your altar. you may find that certain rituals come naturally to you over time, or that certain objects call to you to be placed on your altar. Honor those feelings. Your altar is a living reflection of your spiritual growth and should serve as a source of peace, inspiration, and empowerment. When you set up an Odinani altar, you are creating a sacred space where you can align with ancestral energies, the divine, and the natural world. Trust the process. Listen to your spirit and know that this space will continue to evolve as you do. It is your personal sanctuary, a place of connection between the visible and invisible realm. Chapter 14. Rookie mistakes to avoid when reconnecting with Odinani. Returning to Odinani, the indigenous knowledge system and spiritual practice of Igbo, is a deeply personal and meaningful journey. However, it is very important to navigate this path with care and mindfulness to avoid common pitfalls that can hinder one's spiritual growth and understanding. In this section, let's consider 5 rookie mistakes to avoid when rekindling your connection to Odinani, drawing from personal insights and community wisdom. Number 1. The Igbafa black hole. A common mistake made is falling into the trap of visiting multiple dibias for Igbafa or divination incessantly. In today's world, the practice of Afa is designed to offer solutions, which equally means it is designed to reveal the problems we seek, and constantly seeking divinatory opinions through the current Igbafa system as they exist can lead one to a spiral of negativity if they are not properly prepared beforehand. There's nothing wrong with seeking insights through Afa divination, but doing it so incessantly is what we advise against. Instead, focus on introspection and addressing challenges with a balanced perspective. Number 2. Chasing appeasements without alignment. Another pitfall is chasing after appeasements or ichuaja with various spiritual forces before finding alignment with one's self. True spiritual growth begins with being at peace with your chi, or personal spirit. Without this alignment, seeking external solutions may only lead to temporary relief or worse, more confusion. Number 3. Seeking quick wealth through Ogwego. Approaching Odinani with the sole intention of gaining quick wealth through Ogwego, rituals for material gain, is a serious mistake. This mindset usually leads to involvement in fraudulent schemes or falling victim to fear-based manipulation in the hands of so-called spiritualists. Genuine spiritual practice requires patience, dedication, and a focus on inner transformation rather than material gain. Number 4. Reinstating ancestral forces without community support. Attempting to reinstate ancestral forces, such as household alusi, deities, without the support of family or community members can have dire consequences. Odinani is deeply rooted in communal tradition, and going against the principle can lead to disharmony and spiritual discord within oneself and the community at large. Please avoid this mistake at all costs to prevent ending up with more problems than you started with. Number 5. Neglecting study and guidance. Finally, neglecting to put in the necessary work or seek guidance from experienced practitioners can hinder your progress in Odinani. Regardless of age or status, humility and willingness to learn are essential virtues. Take the time to ask questions, conduct research, and seek mentorship wherever it is necessary to deepen your understanding of Odinani's principles and practices. If you're reading this book, then I do not believe you have this problem. However, it is still important to keep this in mind. In conclusion, returning to Odinani is a transformative journey that requires careful navigation and a commitment to spiritual growth. I applaud you for taking the steps to find your way back. I can assure you that by avoiding these rookie mistakes and Approaching the practice with humility, intentionality, and community support, you can cultivate a deeper connection with your cosmic forces, including nature, and experience the profound peace, wisdom, and guidance it will bring into your life. If you've made some of these mistakes already,